What's up, everybody? Hello, welcome to Inspired by Mystery podcast. We've got Roxy, we've got Steve Scott in the chat right now. I'm sure we'll get some more folks coming in here shortly. But as you guys know, I am Sammy Soros. I am your host, and I have a super awesome and very special guest today. This is Paul Christensen.
Hello.
And a lot of you guys know Tavia. She's been a guest on the show before. And she is my roommate and bestest friend. And this is her fucking dad. So without you, Tavia would not exist. So thank you for bringing Tavia into our lives.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Seriously, like I owe it all to you because she is my favorite person. It's great.
She's pretty awesome.
She is great. So it's really awesome that he is out here visiting right now, and Tavia's other brothers are out here too. So we're having a family holiday affair right now. It has been so much fun. We just went and ate a bunch of good Turkish food, and we rushed back to be here on time. So you're welcome. Here we are. So, Dusty says, I love that intro with all the mood setting smoke. Yeah. That was like right in that. Oh. Yeah. Well, so you're probably asking why you got Tavia's dad out here. What's up with Tavia's fucking dad? Well, there's a long list of stuff that this guy is very proficient at. He has a 22-year career.
Yeah, in May, 22 years.
22 years in firefighting. So in addition to fighting wildland fires and house fires, he is a paramedic, which all that stuff is amazing and important as it is, but you have a lot of specialties in other areas, which I really want to get into tonight because there's so much really interesting information that just since we've been hanging out the past couple days, I have learned a lot from you, and I'm really excited to go deeper into that and share it with everybody else. So Paul is a radiation specialist and a hazardous materials technician. Yeah. So this is very specified stuff. This is not just firefighter, paramedic status. This is like a whole very unique niche that very few people are actually proficient in the world, right?
Yes, correct. Yep, it is. There's not a whole lot of people that enter the fire industry and want to be part of what they call the glowworm club.
The glowworm club? Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cute, actually.
So,
what does that mean?
Just basically the whole hazardous materials make you glow, chemical exposure, stuff like that. So there's not a lot of glowworms out there, people that want to do that. There's plenty of opportunities to do other stuff in the fire service. Hazardous materials is kind of one of those that not a lot of people want to deal with. So.
It's sketchy, it's scarier, and there's a lot more risk that you are taking by going down that rabbit hole. So I guess it takes a specific type of individual that's got balls of steel or whatever, or fearless or something.
Nerd alert.
Nerd alert.
That's awesome. Nerd alert. Yeah, that's what it pretty much comes down to. Yeah, you either geek out on it or you don't. So it's one of those where there's either instantly passion toward learning more about it, or you just are like,
you're like, fuck that shit. That is
no
way.
Thanks.
I love it though. I think it's really cool that the people that love it really love it and invest so much into going as far as possible.
Well, you kind of have to. What's interesting is a lot of the people, most firefighters are cross-trained in numerous other things. And most people don't realize how much exposure to hazardous materials they have just in the course of doing their job as firefighters. Like, we're exposed to carcinogens from structure fires. We're exposed to bloodborne pathogens and all these other things that, they don't look at it as hazmat because it's not nerdy for them.
It's just part of the job.
It's not really something that they want to get into and go down that rabbit hole, like you said. So.
And then asbestos and shit like that, when shit's burning down and it's exposing all of this insulation and maybe lead paint or whatever that's burning up. I'm sure there's a lot of factors that you guys have to deal with.
Well, and there is. In the 80s, they kind of switched from a lot of our fuel loading in fires is very different now than it was previous to the 80s. 80s, they started using a lot of poly products So they kind of got away from like legacy fuels, things that are, you know, specifically made of wood and wool and cotton and
The
stuff
shit
like
that
that.
just lights right the
Yeah.
fuck up.
Well, it lights up, but it burns pretty clean. So it's not really like quite as much of a threat as far as carcinogens
Fair
with
enough.
that stuff, because it's just kind of a natural burning thing. Very similar to like guys and gals that are doing wildland firefighting. Like they don't wear SCBA to breathe. They're in
Okay,
that
that makes
smoke all
sense.
the
Yeah,
time,
because
right? It's just wood, right?
it's wood. Yeah.
Like it's being around a really ginormous campfire that's way out of control.
Sure.
But
Sounds like shit.
nowadays everything is made out of some sort of poly product, and it puts off that, you know, super thick black smoke, and that stuff is it's number one cause of cancer for firefighters. So
Fuck, it's just poison. It's
yeah,
just poison
it really
smoke.
is. Yeah, it's terrible stuff. So
Ugh.
um,
Are they more fire retardant in nature? Are they using a lot of these products to keep them from like catching as fast? What's the point?
I would love to say that that's the truth, but reality is it's cheaper to produce poly products than it is to create legacy products. It doesn't take as much time as far as man hours, and it does not take as much money to make a chemically based product into fabric as it does to,
That's
you
fair.
know, loom wool and all that kind of stuff. So
That
there's a
makes
few
sense.
reasons why that's happened. Part of that is, you know, growth of the world. There's a lot more people in the world now than there was in 1975, and it's just like they have to be able to keep up with supply and demand, and that's kind of that loophole for them to do that.
You can just
Unfortunately,
bust it out faster.
Yeah.
It's cheaper, it's quicker, whatever, but it's poisoning people when it burns up. That
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah, and statistic wise, I mean, firefighting is. We kind of have learned, I guess, to joke about that in the aspect that the probability of getting cancer as a firefighter is extremely high, and that's a lot of how that kind of works. So that's
Do
why.
you have a lot of buddies that have been like long-term firefighters that you've seen get cancer?
Yeah, we have. So we had a captain at the place that I work in Utah that he died of cancer specific to firefighting.
Damn.
He was 36 years old.
No way.
Yeah, so it's not really something that just goes after like certain ages.
So it's not necessarily prolonged exposure over many, 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 many years. It's if you're exposed to it enough, even in a short period of time, you're fucked.
Yeah, you could be. Yeah, I think it's
Damn.
just kind of how your body handles it. But we've got 5 people at my work. I work at a 6-station department in northern Utah, and so we have a pretty good amount of people that work there. And we have 5 people in the last probably 4 years that have had cancer as a diagnosis, whether it be bladder cancer or testicular cancer, you know, anything like that. It's enough of a problem that the union that associates themselves with the fire departments worldwide, the International Association of Firefighters, they have basically pitched it to a lot of the countries, and the United States has definitely bought onto it. So there's a list of cancers that firefighters are likely to get, that they will do like line of duty type death associated with it if that's what you end up
Shit.
getting. So
Does that
so
end
it's a
up
problem.
reflecting on the families? Like, do they pay out to the families if they're like, we recognize that this was a result of their career, so we take care of the family?
They do.
That's good.
I mean, it's obviously not much. As far as public safety personnel, whether it's police, fire, emergency medical services, like we really don't get paid a ton of money anyway. So you and I were talking about that earlier, as far as what my hourly wage is
Yeah.
as a
Shit.
20-year firefighter, versus
sucks.
entry level stuff, and it's I mean, most of your public safety personnel, police department, fire department, whatever that may be, are actually making less than a lot of the people that you find in fast food restaurants per hour.
Oh my God.
So I know in the state that I'm from, in Utah, 70% of our firefighter personnel qualify for public assistance. So like food stamps and stuff like that. None of us will do that because that's not like what we're about, right? So we just find a way to make it work. And it's usually side jobs. So pretty much everybody I know has
some kind of
multiple
other
jobs.
gig.
Yeah, I have 5.
Crazy.
So
5.
I have 5, and I basically run 2 businesses. So one of which is the one that we're going to talk about tonight, which is the Chernobyl trip stuff that I do.
Yes.
So yeah.
So at least there's ways to supplement. But do you know the reasoning why firefighters and paramedics are paid so poorly, considering they're putting their lives on the line and have other people's lives in their hands? Like, don't you? I mean, obviously, you and I both think that you guys should be getting paid an exorbitant amount of money since you're incurring so much risk. But do you know why it's so shitty? Like, what's the reasoning?
So a lot of the public safety side of things is very close knit to military service. So our wages are pretty close to that of a lot of the military people. So as you go up in rank, the further up in rank you go, the more likely you are to start getting closer to those 6-figure ranges. Mm-hmm. It's very much like being in the Army or anything like that. It's a paramilitary environment, so it's pretty close. Like if you're joining the military, you know, you're kind of agreeing to do a job for not much money. The
Which
downside,
is crazy. They should be making good money too.
Yeah, they should be making a ton of money too. The downside versus the military from public safety is we don't have supplemental stuff like housing and things like that. So we just kind of get stuck with what we've got. So we just have to find a way to make it work. If anything, you learn how to do a good budget.
Okay, well that's something good to come out of it. But you have 5 gigs. Okay, so run me through what else that you do.
So work at the fire department, part-time high school teacher. I teach at 3 different universities. I do epoxy table work with my roommate.
Which is awesome, by the way.
Very,
super
very
cool, crafty
stuff.
shit.
And then I have a business that I do like coaching and stuff like that for people that have PTSD and are trying to kind of work through that side of things in public safety.
That's awesome.
And as part of that, I've piggybacked my training stuff on top of that business. So I take people over once a year to Chernobyl for 6 days, 2 classes back to back. So I go over to Ukraine for a month and basically teach people radiation response and environmental health and safety.
So is this like a private tour that you set up, or is this through the colleges that you teach at where they kind of sign up through that program and you are the designated tour guide / teacher?
Well, so the first time I went over, it was to go over as just kind of a tour, kind of an opportunity to be able to do some surveying and give some information back to the government, being able to give it back through Chernobyl itself. And they were kind of trying to ramp up tourism in the area a little bit. And so I ended up becoming really good friends with one of the guys over there. His name's Lucas Hickson, and he is the founder of the Dogs of Chernobyl program.
Ooh,
So basically all the dogs that are in the zone, they chip them, vax them, spay and neuter them, keep an eye on them to make sure the wolves don't get a hold of them best as possible.
Awesome.
And then they decontaminate the dogs and they adopt them out worldwide. So you can actually buy a dog from Chernobyl. They're about $1,500 by the time it's all said and done, and they're all fairly domesticated. Like they harbor in the facilities and stuff that are kind of around. The people that still work at Chernobyl, they take care of them, they feed them, you know. So
that is really nice.
It's a pretty cool program. So he founded that, and as part of that, he works at the plant up until recently. By the way, if there's anybody named Tom Clausen watching this show, you're a dick for what you did to Lucas. You literally fuck right off. So this dude ended up kind of screwing over this Lucas guy, and it was not such an awesome thing.
That's too bad.
It really is. But Lucas kind of set everything up where we can go over and we actually have access to the plant as far as going through. It's not really so much of a tourism type of a thing as much as it is a training opportunity to become comfortable with radioactive materials and what that environment looks like.
So you do a class beforehand so people understand the science and all of that, and then you take them into it, or are you teaching them about it when they're in the environment?
Oh, cool. Dusty just posted that. Yeah,
Oh,
cleanfuturefunds.org.
sweet. That's
So,
awesome.
yeah, that's my buddy Lucas is a co-founder of the company, and Dogs of Chernobyl is associated with that.
Oh, that's great.
Great program. So, anyway, um, ask your question again. Sorry, I got distracted by Dusty's thing.
I was just curious if before you do these training tours of Chernobyl, if you actually like go through extensive training with the people beforehand so they know the science and they kind of understand what it is that they are getting into.
So we kind of do both. If there's people that have an interest in wanting to know more about it, we try to set it up so that they have the proper surveying equipment to be able to go over and do that. So we do have a couple extra monitors that we can take along, and we can kind of loan those out. The downside to that is each of those costs about $2,500 to $5,000 a pop. So trying to stack a pile of them together is a little rough. But we do have occasionally a couple people that will go over that they have an interest, and maybe it's like they're trying to figure out if they want to deal with hazardous materials in their future, or let's see, we had a guy that was an environmental scientist that went over with us, that he was kind of focused on what reactor operations look like and some of those things. So you don't have to be a first responder for those type of events to be able to qualify on going over. It's easier if you have a little bit of background, because we don't have to kind of take a step back and help do that. But I kind of leave my first day open to let people just, we put them in an area where there's enough radiation that they're stoked and excited, because they actually get to see these meters and everything react the way that they would normally react anyway to like a scene. And then we'll usually pull aside the people that are maybe struggling and kind of help them as everybody's kind of out and about. Like, we just kind of let people go nuts the first day, and then after that we wrangle everybody in and actually start kind of teaching what it is that we're trying to do.
So since you've been back so many times, do you feel like you have incurred more risk as far as that by putting yourself in radiation zones over and over and over again?
No. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm taking more of a dose per year doing what I do than like you are, but there's radiation around us like all the time, right? So the sun, naturally occurring radiation from the dirt, you know, I mean, there's about 10 micro rem per hour of radiation, like no matter where you go. You go into a parking garage, concrete has stuff mixed in it. It's going to have a more radioactive background than what it is just standing outside. But we're always around it. So when we take people over, we monitor very closely and document what those ranges are as far as their exposure. But generally speaking, in the course of a week, you would take basically the equivalent of about a day and a half or 2 days of just standing in direct sunlight.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so your level of what your body absorbs is really not very high.
It's not super crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We show people we show people stuff that is highly radioactive, so that they can kind of see what that actually looks like. But yeah, Coleman Lantern mantles, the old ones, will definitely register as radioactive. They can expose you.
No shit.
But we try and get people so that they can kind of see it, but we want them to see it where they're in a safe area. So kind of going back to like the Einstein theory of relativity, right? So the inverse square law, half the distance toward a radioactive source due to the speed of light squared coming off from that source with gamma is basically, I mean, it's going to go up 4 times the amount, right? So if we're looking at a meter and it says 20 microar and we walk half the distance to that material, it's going to go up 4 times from what that actually is. So it's easy math as far as getting in and out of that stuff. So we keep people pretty well protected. Like, we know where a lot of that stuff is. We go in a week ahead of time and kind of make sure that we have waypoints associated with some of the really hot spots. So if we catch somebody that's kind of lingering in one area too long, then we'll kind of, hey, move along, move to the next thing, so that way we can minimize that for people.
Must be so hard because it's invisible. So in that moment, somebody doesn't realize they're lingering too long in an area. Like, it's so interesting having it be something that you cannot see, but you just have to trust the fact that there is poison.
Yeah.
It's essentially poisoning you if you are in the wrong spot at the wrong time. So it's good to have all of you there teaching and taking people on these tours, because if people were left to their own devices, it could be bad news for a lot of people, because you have this false sense of comfort. Like, it looks fine, but it's not fine. Some of these spots are not, in fact, fine.
Yeah. Let's see. The rumor mill says if you're drunk, the radiation affects you less or something.
The drunken tours.
Okay, so that's true. That's their belief over there. As I think, just kind of as a general statement, they drink a lot of vodka, and vodka helps kind of cleanse the thyroid. So their theory of that is if they are drinking regularly, it helps kind of purge the radiation from their thyroid, which is where the cancer becomes the biggest threat for
Is there
them.
any science to back that up, or is they just like, vodka good for you, no radiation,
I can
no
tell
problem?
you they drink a lot of vodka.
Okay, so does it help? We don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. Pocket dosimeters. We actually use TLDs. So that's the transluminescent dosimeter. And then we'll read that when we get ready to take everybody back to Kyiv. So the pocket dosimeters, the little pen looking ones, a lot of your radiography camera users and stuff like that, they'll use those. But the problem with those is if you bump them, it'll drop your dose back down. So it's kind of a trick to people getting around OSHA. They'll tap it. You'll see people that have those and they'll kind of tap it. So,
that's fucked up.
Let's see. I used to have to wear both. Oh, so the Scott 69 guy's done some radioactive work. What'd you do, Scott?
Interesting. And Roxy says, are there still zones in Chernobyl that are off limits because the radioactivity is still too high for humans to come into contact with? Good question.
There is a great question. So yes, there are. The elephant's foot, which is the
Chid. Hi, Chid.
Hi. The elephant's foot is definitely a problem.
Explain about the elephant's foot. This is such an interesting thing.
So when it's probably easier to explain. Let's see. We got some pictures here. Can we show some pictures?
Oh, sure.
Let's see if we can. It's easier to do stuff if we got pictures.
Okay, so you can scroll through here.
Okay.
And I will put image share on so you can scroll through and use some references. So the elephant's foot.
Yeah, I got a picture of it here.
Oh, cool. You can just do a little scroll up or that. It's a
two finger
scroll.
This is, let's see. Wait for it. Right. All right. Elephant's foot.
Oh, it just looks like a lump.
So it's basically, they call it the elephant's foot because it looks like an elephant's foot. That is the remnants of the core melting down. Damn. So it is super radioactive. They have all sorts of meters all the way around that thing where they're monitoring just everything 24 hours a day. So they keep a very close eye on that. What it was is the meltdown started to occur on the reactor rods. It was all on fire, and so they were dumping like boron and a bunch of other stuff on top of it.
Just
and
trying to
sand,
snuff it out.
trying to kind of put the fire out. And as part of that, it basically just turned into radioactive lava and melded down to where they were able to kind of support that. But it's pretty entombed in what used to be a reactor 4. So there's been a lot of stuff that they've done technology-wise to prevent.
Would it help
problems.
if they covered that in concrete or
It's
metal or whatever?
So it's basically covered in concrete. They can't put people down there though. It's still too radioactive.
So yeah, even a crew going down to pour concrete on it, that would be fucked up.
Yeah, there's not much there. They've tried to send robots down, and the robots just die. Like they can't even. Yeah, it's.
So what are the numbers there around the elephant foot?
Made a piece of it, I'd be a superhero.
Dude, Chid's fucking the funniest guy of all time. He's our resident Canadian comedian over here.
Oh my god!
And,
Yeah, if
might.
you would be a dead superhero, but I'm sure they would give you a cape. So, yeah, that's bad news over there. No, this stuff is all pretty closed up. It's not like you can just gain access to it. There's a lot of like military personnel that are very aware of anybody that's coming in and out of the zone. You have tons of checkpoints. You can sneak in and out. People do it. They call them stalkers. They're kind of named after the video game, the Stalker video game.
Oh.
Most of the general public there does not like stalkers because they have a tendency to go in and vandalize and loot the places. And, you know, all these towns and villages are having a hard enough time staying afloat without people going in and stealing everything. So.
Yeah, stealing radiated material. That's super smart and wise.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
They do have a few people that have done some pretty crazy stuff and they get caught and they'll ban them from the country. So straight up, no more trips to Ukraine. So
Dusty says, "How's the photographer doing that took that photo?" That's a good question.
So the photographer's name is Alexander Kupny. We call him Sasha. And he is actually doing really well. Awesome guy. He does a lot of the kind of caves and stuff like that underneath. Checks a lot of the reinforcement as far as the concrete that was poured to keep the elephants put in place. So he has done a lot. He was one of the original liquidators that helped kind of clean some of the debris off the roof and everything. So.
We were talking about this the other day, that he seems to be strangely immune
kind of so, yeah.
to the radiation. He was on the roof with all the people that could spend 20 seconds out there or whatever, that most of the people died. I mean, this goes back to 1986.
Yeah.
He was on the roof dealing with the most radiated shit, and he is one of the only people that can go down there and has never developed cancer. And somehow has survived. So I wish they would do tests on him to figure out what the fuck is going on.
So they have people that go down and check the monitors and stuff now regularly. But your exposure time has got to be super, super small. So if you're going into an area that has that much Roentgen per hour coming from it, it's seconds. Like, I mean, they've got to be in and out. One of my friends, Leonid, who is one of the plant directors, he's been in there to check meters and stuff, make sure the placement and everything has retained what it needs to. A couple different times, and he said that he was telling us last time we were over there that he's usually from the time he enters the room to the time he's out is usually less than 10 seconds. So it's like very quick in and out. So that way they're not taking a dose. So.
And that being said, if you're in and out of somewhere that's like that intense, I mean, are you still getting a really reasonable and scary dose of that? at that point? Like, if you have to do that every now and then, and even if it's for little bits of time, like, are you really taking a huge risk, even though it's fast?
Um, well, there's a risk for sure, uh, but I mean, they've found radioactive material like all over the world, in different environmental areas. Like, somebody's got to go get it. So Chernobyl kind of proved that the best robot is a biological robot, meaning one of us. So it's reliable. One
Yeah, because you
thing,
won't die in the
yeah,
moment. You will
yeah.
die afterwards, but you can at least
Well,
finish the task.
yeah, and typically robots and stuff like that won't be able to do that. I can tell you that, like, times when we've gone in closer to the where the elephant's foot is located, gone into where the reactor is. Um, Depending on the quality of your phone, your screen might not work to take pictures. Camera screens typically don't work.
Oh,
Like,
man.
they minimize the amount of time for sure. So
That's fucking
it's very
crazy.
safe.
And I
So
know this is probably a really bizarre question. The answer is probably no, but I'm curious. I'm going to ask anyway. Is there any kind of smell or taste or sound or anything else that you can, like, sensory pick up from this radiation? Does it affect you in any kind of way like that?
let's put it this way: if you taste something metallic in your mouth and you're around radioactive material, that's a bad day. Like, you've taken a dose for sure. Um, it's
Okay.
usually like highly radioactive. Will have kind of an alkaline taste to it.
Have you tasted it before? Have you fucked up and been
Yeah,
there?
we've had a couple times that we've had stuff that was powerful enough that you could kind of taste it in the air. But it's just very short duration. It's one of those where it's like, quickly, get away from it as fast as we could, type of a thing. Um, and it really didn't impact anything.
Okay, that's good.
As far as visual stuff, anybody that works in the radiation field, so to speak, whether it be like a reactor operator or somebody that's processing the uranium 235 or any of that stuff, they tell you that if you see a flash of blue light, like the brightest, bluest light that you've ever seen, type of blue light, that you're done. Like,
That's a sign of radiation poisoning.
that's kind of where it's like you've been irradiated to a level that is really not going to end well. So
Why is it that you see that flash? Do you know, like, physically what the deal
yeah,
is for
so
that?
it has something to do with the way that your optic nerve and the viscous fluid in your eye reacts to it. So it's a radioactive reaction to that fluid,
Fuck.
and your nerve picks it up, and it's just a bright blue light. So
Dang, that's rough.
people like Madame Curie, that was like one of the things that as they were exploring radiation with the Manhattan Project and some of these other things, like, there's a lot of these really famous nuclear scientists that have described in their life seeing that flash of blue light. And then usually, within a short duration of time after that is when they've come down with some sort of illness or cancer or something like that. So,
So how long does it usually take? Let's say you get like a really reasonable dose, whether it be over a period of time or like in a day. How long does it take for symptoms to show? And what are those symptoms? And how long is the process generally where you die from it?
so it really varies. Um, I'll answer that question, and then we'll hit some of these other questions, because I'm kind of looking out of the corner of my eye and seeing some pretty interesting
Cool, cool.
stuff kind of pop up. So it really depends on, first of all, what the radioisotope is, how much of it is present. Everything in hazardous materials, doesn't matter whether it's chemical, biological, radiation, nuclear, any of that stuff. We have this lethal dose for 50% of the exposed population, right? With radiation, there's a second number behind that. So you would have like a LD50, which is that lethal dose, and then it'll have a hash mark and show like 60, and that means that 60 days. Okay, so like half of the people exposed at this rate, this level, this dose, is going to die from that exposure within 60 days.
Gotcha.
Right? So usually they do it on a 30, 60, 90 scale. So if you have a significant dose, 400, 500R, I mean, something that would be deemed as a lethal dose for almost everybody out there, then usually it's on an LD 50-30. And you start seeing stuff like nausea, vomiting. It goes after your GI tract first and foremost. So nausea, vomiting, then you start having some issues as far as burns surfacing. So radiation burns look pretty much just like a normal thermal burn for the most part.
But it doesn't happen like in real time. It'll start to surface and kind of come out of
if
you.
people that have like picked up highly radioactive sources and like put them in their pockets and not even realize that that's what they had. There was an issue in Georgia, not the state, the country. You can actually look it up on YouTube, but it's like they responded to a bunch of loggers. They got lost in the mountain, and weather set in on them. They found these rocks that the snow was not sticking to them, and they were warm. And they couldn't do anything as far as a fire, so they put these rocks together and basically stayed warm through the night, drinking vodka and everything.
Okay, I feel
so
like I know where this is
Yeah,
going.
so like pretty much all of them died as a result of that, because they were highly radioactive rocks.
Shit.
So you can have that thermal heat from it, and that's why those burns have a tendency to look like thermal burns. But yeah, the burns will typically start to kind of surface and be a problem. After that, everything starts kind of looking like it's on a healing path, and then it'll kind of revert back. But yeah, it's not one of those ways that you would recommend somebody die.
No.
Like, it sounds pretty awful. So.
It does. And so let's say theoretically somebody went and had a slumber party with the elephant's foot. How long, if they full exposure, nothing, no kind of gear or anything, which doesn't sound like it would work anyway, would it be like within an hour they'd be dead? Would it be within like a few hours or a few days? Like
that close to proximity?
Yes.
Like if you snuggled up to that thing,
like you're hugging it. Oh, I love
and
you.
fell asleep, you'd probably be dead right about the time you fell asleep.
Okay, so like super motherfucking fast.
Yeah, so it would kill you. If you put a 1,000 Rontgen source in the middle of a football field and start running from the goal line, like you'd make it about to the 35, 40 yard line before you'd have irreversible poisoning. So, like it would that, and you're talking about that elephant's foot's, some of the readings they've gotten off from it have been in excess of 14,000 Rontgen. So yeah,
So super fast.
Yeah, it would not go very well for you.
Dang.
No.
Okay, but under most normal circumstances of like extreme exposure, you've got 30, 60, 90 are like the main things.
Yeah,
like
that's
you
kinda
might
what they
make
base
it a
it off
month.
from.
You might make a month to 3 months, but very rare for people to just like fucking die right then and there.
Yeah, that's
really
a pretty
torturous.
extreme. That's a pretty extreme situation for sure.
Which I'm sure nobody would, but the people breaking in, going and fucking around, not understanding, like some stupid idiots not understanding what that really means. Like, what if they're like, oh, let's just go in and get some pictures and tag it up. Let's write our fucking tag on the foot,
And I think a lot of that, honestly, I mean, that's kind of why we started doing the program that we do, is because, like, people are super scared of radiation. I know when I got into hazardous materials, like, not even joking, the hazmat textbook has like 4 pages of radiation material in it. That's it. Like, the rest of it is all like chemicals and biological and stuff like that.
Because they're like, we know you're probably not going to do it all because you're not going to do it. It's very slim people.
There's not a lot of information in it, which made me kind of nervous, because I was like everybody else, where I'm like, well, this stuff has got to be really horrible, and it's really not. You just have to understand it. Like, you have to kind of understand what that looks like, and when to put yourself closer versus further away. So it takes a lot of stuff to try and kind of figure that stuff out. But,
And there's very few people in this world that really understand it on that kind of level, right? That really have invested that much of their life.
Yeah, I geeked out pretty hard on hazmat when I first got into it. And then when I started kind of taking courses for specializing in radioactive materials, it really, like, that for me was when I became super fascinated with all that stuff. So it was just like one of those things where it started to click, and I really found that I liked that a lot. So
Awesome.
my two most proficient sides of things is more towards like radiation and biological stuff. So those are kind of the specialties within the specialty that I have.
Sure.
We still respond to a ton of chemical stuff and deal with that kind of stuff on a regular basis. But the area that I work in, we get a lot of like white powder calls and stuff like that. And so biological is something that we regularly respond to and have to try and kind of figure that stuff out. So
Still interesting.
yeah, it is. But radiation is like, it's just cool.
It's
like,
really cool. It's fucking
really
cool, dude.
You know, it's one of those things where I think what makes it so cool is so few people actually kind of know what's going on with it. And so like it's a huge conversation piece.
It is, for sure. And most people do not understand even half of what you're talking about, but I'm learning, having listened to you over the past couple of days and even now too. Like, I feel like I'm starting to understand a lot more. So I think it's a blessing being able to have somebody as a resource to talk about this shit. It's so fascinating.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So now we need to know, Roxy needs to know,
Okay.
is Chernobyl haunted?
It's Chernobyl haunted.
Because a lot of people died as a result of this. What do you think?
So my a good friend of mine, Holly, she has gone over with me to Chernobyl. We went to a elementary school this last time, and we were kind of walking around the grounds, and there was a cellar. She put it up on TikTok, and they took it down, and so she's just actually got it on her phone now. But there's a cellar that she was just kind of filming everything, and as she walked past, there's like a very specific, you can see eyes in the bottom of this cellar.
Shut the fuck up.
It's pretty cool.
Like glowy eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, no
And so
way.
it was
what?
actually funny because she put it up on TikTok and she didn't even notice it. And it was actually somebody on TikTok that pointed out to her. They were like, "Holy shit, there's eyes down there."
Why would they take that down? You can have 12-year-olds like shaking their asses, but you can't show Chernobyl
I don't know.
ghost eyes?
I don't
That's
know. It was, but yeah, it was
weird.
super creepy.
Roxy, I knew it!
Yeah.
Whoa, dude.
I think that there's no way a place like that can have that much just kind of general destruction, especially with the way their belief structure is over there, and have that not be. There's got to be two sides of that fence, and they believe, as a general rule, Revelations is like, it talks about the Wormwood Star and everything, and they have paintings. As a matter of fact, here, let's see, how do I get out of this?
Oh, yeah,
here?
you can just zoom out. And then
Let's
go
do
back
this.
Decent way. Yeah.
I'll show you this picture right here. So.
Okay, what does that say?
So, like, they have a big belief structure where, like, this event occurred. So this is like a little kid with cancer associated with Chernobyl. Oh. And in the background, you can kind of see, like, there's the reactor. You can see the ionizing radiation.
Whoa, dude.
So they, like, believe that this was forecasted in Revelations. And they're very heavily Orthodox Catholic, like Greek Orthodox Catholic over there. And so, like, they have this whole, like, prediction of everything. And they might be onto something because, like, realistically, when this happened, so the event, they kind of do a lot with, like, numerology and stuff over there as well. The event for Chernobyl, the explosion occurred at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly.
What?
So, yeah.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah. So it was 1:23 and 45 seconds when the reactor blew up.
Okay, that's either a extremely interesting coincidence,
Right?
or you never know. But you know,
Yeah.
you roll the dice enough times, you're gonna keep getting the same shit. So,
They definitely as a just general kind of thing, like they're all very pretty sold on the idea that, you know, there was a lot of things that were kind of forecasted in the Bible that were kind of carried out through Chernobyl. They kind of tie some of the numerology stuff together. They have like a whole bunch of different number sequences that they're really big on. And
So it could just be random, or they could be like pattern recognition, like making the patterns. But it is interesting that there are some, similarities.
it was a
That's pretty
glitch in
strange.
the Matrix.
It sounds like it. Okay, let's look at some more photos. Show me some more really interesting photos from your experience out there. Talk us through some of this stuff. And Roxy, I do see your other question. We will.
Yeah, let's.
We will.
what do
We will
what do
get
we
to
got
that
here?
for sure.
So we'll kind of go back in time on this here.
Yeah. Walk. This
let's
is
see.
so interesting. Like being able to see inside. Chernobyl is
So,
so interesting.
Little trip down memory lane. Okay. So this picture. So this is inside the control room for reactor 3. This is basically the screen that they would be kind of looking at. All the controls and everything as far as what the reactor's doing. They actually just kind of turned on the power supply to this when we were in there so that we could see what exactly that would look like.
That's cool that they did that for you.
Right?
That's awesome.
Obviously, all the reactors for the Chernobyl plant are no longer working. However, it's still the main switch yard for all the electricity coming back through that region. So they still have power that comes to Chernobyl, and that's what a lot of the workers. They've got a good portion of their workers that take care of like monitoring to make sure that there's nothing weird going on with where the meltdown occurred, like no radiation issues as far as additional problems with that. They're very, like these people are very, very dialed in on what they're doing. And then they have a whole bunch of other people that work on stuff with like the switch yard and make sure that all the lines coming in and transistors and everything are all, good to go. And so
they're there very frequently. There's like a small crew that's there.
Yeah.
Frequently?
Oh yeah. So
I mean, that doesn't sound super safe since it's an exclusion zone.
yeah. So let's come back out of this guy.
Now, for fun, someone should Photoshop one of the screens and put Pac-Man on it. That's funny.
right.
I know a guy who can do Photoshop real good. He's the
All right.
mod,
Let's
Dusty.
see. So we're just gonna come over here. We'll hit this guy. So this is a model that they made. It's like a pretty to scale model. So this is what the reactor looked like after the explosion.
Oh.
So basically the cutaway shows like the elephant's foot, and it shows like the little pink flags that you see are where all the monitors and stuff are placed.
Okay.
So they keep a real close eye on this. So basically, to kind of summarize the event, the thing that's sitting kind of sideways with the stuff hanging out of the bottom at the top of the cauldron there.
Like in
Yeah,
this region here?
Yeah,
Or
this stuff right up here.
Okay.
Yeah. So so when the explosion occurred, it was based on like this was not a nuclear explosion. This was a explosion that involved nuclear material. So it was actually a xenon explosion. So the reactor core ended up becoming poisoned throughout just kind of the course of the 24 hours previous. They were doing a safety test that they shouldn't have done, but it was already 18 months overdue. The reactor bottomed out, ended up being very heavily poisoned. The xenon pocket that was in there continued to grow, and when they basically they went to pull reactor rods, and it pretty much like just went off. So they tried to stop the reaction by pushing what's called the AZ5 button, and when they pushed that button is when everything withdrew, and it created enough void space for that explosion to occur. So that thing that's sitting sideways is called the biological shield. They put reactor rods and everything down in. They have graphite tipped reactor rods. They use multiple different things as far as buffering agents, boron, graphite, so I mean it's pretty much, they have very good control. This is the inside of what's called an RBMK 1000 reactor. So that biological shield weighs 50,000 tons.
Jesus.
And when the explosion occurred, the biological shield was airborne for over 15 seconds.
No fucking way.
And then when it came down and landed in that cauldron, it landed at that angle. And so the bottom stuff here, this is all broken reactor rods that are still exposed.
Holy shit.
So that's
15 seconds.
Yeah, so that's where all the meltdown material for the elephant's foot came from. Is through here.
So Roxy has a good question. So what was the safety test that they were trying to do? And walk us through what the fuck happened, please. A bunch of us saw the show, but I want to know how much is accurate. Tell us the real deal.
So about 80% of the stuff that occurred in the show is accurate, and that's just kind of the number that a lot of the people that are there working at the plant still, that live in the area, that basically survived that. That's coming from them. That's their number. So I have a tendency to believe that, if considering the source, right?
Sure.
So what had happened with this was the safety test was basically, can a diesel generator take over the turbine long enough for them to get the power back up if there was a failure in the reactor core? So they were testing a backup plan, basically. So if the reactor had to be shut down, lost power, whatever the case may be, would diesel generators be able to power the conduction system enough to be able to still make electricity and give them time to get the reactor back online?
So the answer was no. Got it.
Well, so the answer would have been yes, I think, had they had it turn out differently. Everything seemed to be kind of headed that direction where it made sense and it would work.
Okay.
But the crew that came in to do the tests, it was like a shift change type of a thing. It sounds like there was just a lot of information that was not given at shift change that was completely accurate. There was some issues with some of those other things. The guy who was in charge of it, Anton Dyatlov, I think that he was just kind of known as being brash, I guess would be the best way of putting it. He was not a lot of people's favorite person to work with, but he would get the job done, right? So when he came in as the shift supervisor, he was the one in charge of the test. They had a few different opportunities to look at it and say, this is not going to work. This is not going to be a good idea. They had a lot of things that were being pointed out to Dyatlov that should have maybe put some red flags up, and he just kind of kept pushing that was kind of how that was going to go down. So he ended up going to prison for it.
Really?
Yeah.
For making a very bad judgment call that affected everybody.
Yeah. So he ended up doing prison time for that.
So he just said, yes, go ahead, do the fucking test.
Yeah.
You guys are my employees, so you have to do it.
And it's, at the time, it's USSR, right? So it's not like there's an option.
True.
It's basically like, you get told to do something USSR, you're going to do it. It is what it is. So
the test was shut the power down, try the diesel generator, and see if we can get that to generate enough power to just
keep the conduction system going long enough to power back up the reactor core. So it was just kind of a fail safe on that side of things.
So what
failed
went
and
wrong
wasn't
then?
safe.
So the shit shuts off.
Yeah, so it as they started kind of running into issue, the power dropped significantly. They had a huge power surge in Kyiv that had been reported. Came back to Chernobyl. They said, it's nothing to worry about. They couldn't really explain it. One of the guys was saying, well, maybe it's maybe the reactor core's been poisoned at some point, which is kind of one of those things that you go, okay, well, maybe they should have shut it down and figured out what was actually going on. But they overlooked that. They went ahead and did the test, and as they were starting to kind of drop the reactor down so that they could simulate that power dropping off the back end so that the generators would kick in and not necessarily shut the reactor down itself.
Right.
When they did that, the power all of a sudden just bottomed out, and so it like stalled the reactor, and that's when everything kind of went south. So yeah, Chernobyl's actually a lot of people have been like, oh, it's a nuclear explosion. No, it's actually probably the biggest dirty bomb in world's history is what it comes down to, because it was an explosion that actually just involved radioactive material. So the downside to it is that biological shield coming off and everything kind of coming out of it. You've got a field of ionizing radiation that's shooting up in the sky. You've got all this other stuff. The Institute in Belarus was one of the first people to make note that there was an issue. They found dust on their windowsill after some alarms were going off saying that there was radioactive something in the atmosphere. They found out that it was iodine-131. They, kind of, just like in the TV show, they started kind of running down the line of different places, and one of the scientists that's portrayed in that, the female scientist, is actually her character is based off from a group of scientists.
I did hear that, actually. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, so they just felt that it was easier to place it as just one person instead of having 10 different people. But when these group of scientists started kind of figuring out that there was a reactor core in the region that was open, then it was just phone calls to try and figure out where it was coming from. And so, yeah.
So at that point, the people living in the area, were they pretty much all fucked because they got such a big dose from that just exploding out?
Some,
and all
yes.
the dust and everything?
So if you go back to the TV show, like everybody's super curious, right? Like, I mean, as a firefighter, like if we have a house fire, we have tons of people that will stand around and watch the house burn.
Yep. Yep.
People are just kind of curious by nature.
Definitely.
And so, as far as that side of things, like in the TV show, they had that they call it the Bridge of Death, but all the people, man, woman, child, didn't matter. They went and played and watched this stuff on that bridge, and it's the bridge between Pripyat back to the kind of over the river, and all those people died, like all of them. So yeah, so they they were letting their kids play in it. So just word to the wise, kids, radioactive fallout looks kind of like snow, hence the reason the term radioactive or nuclear winter, right? So it looks like snow. So don't send your kids out on a bridge to do snow angels in radioactive material. So
I mean, they lived near this plant.
Yeah.
Did they not understand beforehand? Like you would think, if you're going to be living in an area with this as a risk, they would say, in the event of a disaster, this is the protocol. It's like the tsunami routes and stuff, where they're like, hey, we have this in place. If there's an emergency, this is what you do.
Yeah.
Were they not informed of these things, or they were, but their curiosity just got the best of them and they just did it anyway?
So they cut off a lot of communication when this happened. So it's a very communist way of going. Like, they don't want that stuff out. As a matter of fact, let's see. Let's get out of this picture. I'll show you something. You can make a decision whether it pisses you off or whether you're just like, holy cow, that's super interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I guess they figured the more people that die, the less that they can go run their mouth and tell people
So
how shitty it was.
let's take a look at this. So this newspaper is one of the newspapers surrounding the area. It's in the northern region, and it's like right after Chernobyl occurred. Okay, so this is the day after. This is what came out. This is the size of the article that came out 6 days after Chernobyl occurred, notifying people that there had been a small incident at Chernobyl, that there was only a couple people that were injured, there was a couple people that had died, basically nothing to see here.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh, no, dude.
So
Come
shortly
on.
after this is when they issued the evacuation order. So, but this is one of the newspapers that we found as we were kind of going through. So, and just this picture is to compare that. So that article that I zoomed in on is this guy right here.
Oh my God.
Okay?
And these
So
were
that-
just sitting at the plant? They like
No,
all
this
go-
is in somebody's home
Oh.
that had been evacuated. So that newspaper, the article that I showed you is on page 3. It's not even front page news. So the propaganda that these people were enduring during this time frame is insane. So this is like a little article about some babushka that is like, you know, doing her thing, and this is front page news, right? But we come over here,
What the fuck?
and that is the article saying that Chernobyl blew up. It's like 4 paragraphs, small.
Okay, so they tried to keep it under wraps, and when they realized how bad it was, they had to be like, "Sorry, our bad. It actually was terrible."
Yeah.
Did they? They obviously didn't say we like withheld this information from you, but was it like, "Oh, we didn't know it was that bad"? Like,
No,
what the fuck?
these people. I mean, during that time, like they're doing what they're told, you know. Like the people that are over there are super like humble, like super good people, some of the best people that I think I've ever met in my life. But they are like super, like I don't know. It's kind of funny because like you've got the Russian-Ukrainian war that has been going on since 2014, and like it just kind of cracks me up because spending as much time in Ukraine as I have, those people, there's no fucking way they're giving up their freedom. Like that is just not going to happen. They will never go back to communism. No way.
Die trying.
Like
They'll die trying.
they are, like it is just, you know, like they're not okay with the stuff that happened, and they're very proud people, and so they've they've withdrawn from the EU in 2014. That's what sparked the whole war between Russia and Ukraine. They've set stuff up so that tours and things like that, you know, they've drawn huge money in tourism as part of this to kind of offset what the UN was doing, helping them with cleanup. Like they want to be able to take care of this by themselves as much as possible.
That's cool. It's
like
very honorable.
they're very proud of their country and very proud of their heritage. So, and honestly, that's probably the biggest atrocity of this whole thing, is these people lost their entire culture. Yeah. So, yeah, pretty
That's
tough.
So sad.
Oh, look at that. Puppy dog time.
Oh,
There you go. So that's one of the dogs at Chernobyl.
Puppy.
So, yeah, this dog would meet me at the train station every day.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep, followed me every single day.
And you did not adopt him?
I did not.
Dang
but
it! You should have adopted him.
my friend Lucas keeps very close eyes on her, and lets me know kind of what she's doing. And she lives at the plant, so she knows how to open the automated doors, so she'll go inside when she gets
Wow.
cold. So smart dog.
So she probably isn't going to have as long of a life as other doggies, considering the exposure.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. My captain just adopted a dog from Chernobyl at the fire station.
Oh,
And
that's awesome.
it's a freaking cool dog. They've got some cool dogs. So
That is really, really neat.
So, all right, we'll talk about the arch real quick. So, this is a picture of us taking a selfie.
It's like
Standing in front of
selfies.
the arch. Okay, so the arch, after the explosion occurred, they spent the next 18 months trying to basically build a concrete cask around this reactor that had blown up. Now, mind you, the reactor 4 is the one that exploded. They still had 1, 2, and 3 that remained operational, and they started decommissioning and shutting those down systematically, going from the closest to the explosion to reactor 1. So reactor 1 was actually shut down early part of 2000s.
Wow.
But it was operational from 86 all the way up to, so
Really?
so yeah, they still produced nuclear energy up until 2000 basically. So
Why did they end up shutting it down eventually? Just having people that had to be within the exclusion
yeah,
zone?
I think that a lot of it was the potential for exposure for plant workers.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, they needed to come up with some other plans. They started having some issues with the sarcophagus. Get you a picture of inside the arch here. Kind of go back and forth a little bit. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's cool. So they basically just covered it up.
So there's the
Made a big
sarcophagus right there. So that's actually the concrete blocks that they used to entomb reactor 4. So this is inside the arch. So the arch is known as the new safe confinement. The arch is actually a pretty amazing. It was a bunch of French architects and designers that came in and built it. But it is a pretty amazing feat. So you can stack the Statue of Liberty 1.5 times on top of itself to be able to touch from the floor to the top.
Whoa.
So this thing is ginormous.
So this is basically just to keep
It
another
reflects the
shield,
radiation.
basically?
Yeah, it reflects the radiation back in on itself. So the plan is with the arch that they're gonna start. They've set it up where they can start kind of tearing this down because it started falling down after about 30 years. And so they're going to start tearing this down and processing that to make sure that it's done safely, and all of this material is entombed. So they have sites all over the place that they kind of do that.
So what's in the concrete blocks that are stacked? Those are all different pieces of
it's just
radiated shit.
concrete blocks. Like it's just basically a casket around this
Wow.
this reactor 4 area here. So let's see. I didn't really send you pictures in a specific order, which was kind of a bad decision on my part.
Oh, that's okay.
Let's see. Where are we? Oh yeah, right there. So this is part of the processing plant. So they have, because of how radioactive everything is, this is lead glass, so it's like very heavily shielded, so the radiation doesn't come through that glass.
Oh, cool.
And it's almost like a video game. You got somebody that has joysticks, and they just control these robots, and these robots will sift all this different stuff. They put it in 55-gallon drums. It's sealed. It's put in concrete. Like it's the way that they're cleaning this up is incredibly intelligent. It's like I said, these guys and gals, like they know 100% what they're doing. Like this is an amazing feat for them to take this stuff on.
So there's still cleanup happening this long later. They're still having to deal with shit
35 years
constantly.
later, and they're actually just getting to the point where they can clean it up. So,
wow.
So cesium-137 blanketed the area 1,200 square kilometers, and so basically they have had to kind of wait for that half-life to start to expire. And in the meantime, they've been able to come up with an idea of how to clean this stuff up safely and dispose of stuff safely, so that it's, like I was telling you the other day, the number one thing with us, honestly, as far as hazardous materials response, is life safety is always going to be our first priority, but we put environmental safety ahead of property conservation, because once you fuck up the environment, like, does the property matter anymore?
Nope.
Right?
No, I'm so glad to hear that.
So anything that we do when we're dealing with chemicals, biological agents, radiation, nuclear, any of that stuff, like, we're always putting property second to the environment. So as they've gone through and done this, like, it's crazy. Like, they can scan all of these barrels and tell you all the different radioisotopes that are in them, what levels. They only allow certain levels in the barrels. Everything's casketed, and then they basically, from that point, it's buried in their disposal facilities, and it's monitored even then. Which, like I was telling you, a lot of those places throughout the world where they bury radioactive material is salt mines. So salt mines is like a fantastic shielding source, and all this stuff, it came from the earth. It's going to go back to the earth. Like, radioactive material didn't just like poof and we don't make it. Like, we can refine it. Like, we can, have weapons grade stuff or whatever the case may be. We can refine that stuff, but radiation is just a completely natural thing. So it's not something that is of great concern. It's not as much of a concern even as, like, chemicals per se. Like, there's a lot of chemicals and stuff that if they get in the soil, they get in the groundwater, it becomes a huge problem. But with radiation, like, they can kind of, Yucca Mountain is another one. But yeah, they store this stuff in these places, and it's, like, very well thought through of how the storage site is going to be built, how it's maintained, how it's ventilated, everything. So
the salt mines, are they in close proximity to Chernobyl?
So in their setup is very similar to, Roxy just said Yucca Mountain. Theirs is very similar to the same design as, like, Yucca Mountain. It's basically they're using massive amounts of dirt to shield everything from the outside. So so with their stuff, a lot of it is they have, like, huge pits that they've basically made where they dispose of this stuff and they bury it, and it's, like, covered in concrete, and like, they make sure that it's, like, there's no way for this stuff to get back out, and then they just let the world do what the world does. I mean, one thing that I learned in the process of going over to Chernobyl, Mother Nature is going to take back what's rightfully hers, period. Yep. Like, she will take care of it, guaranteed. So,
it's crazy how fast that it got overgrown. Like, that area just got overgrown.
Yeah,
as soon
it really
as people
is.
Were out.
Got a picture here. Let's see. Let's go.
We tend to think nowadays we're so separate with nature, but it's just because we keep pushing it back.
Yeah.
When it's left alone, nature very quickly can take over. Wow.
So this is basically the doctor school in Chernobyl City, which is outside of the zone. Well, it's inside the 35-kilometer zone, but outside the 10-kilometer and 5-kilometer zone. So Chernobyl City is where the courthouse in the show. That's where that is based, is in Chernobyl City. So this facility is actually just around the corner from where the courthouse was that they held the trial in the show.
Okay.
This building was specific to training doctors and nurses, and as you can see, there is a tree that has grown right through the middle of it, and it's not like it's a small tree.
Wow.
Like, that's 35 years later. So these pictures, guys, I just took these pictures last time I was over there in 2021, and so 35 years later, like, that's a huge tree.
Wow.
Like, it's
so
literally
pretty much right away shit just started sprouting.
So it's, like, literally growing and reclaiming all of that property. Like, I mean, it's...
Is there any weird anomalous growth things that you have noticed or that they have noticed in there?
So Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of the world. Okay, everything over there is just super green, and if you drop a seed of anything, it is going to grow. You can drop it on the concrete and it's going to grow a tree. Like it is.
It's amazing it's
It's
that fertile.
so fertile.
But are any of them like have weird like mutations and stuff because of the radiation? It doesn't affect like plants like
No.
it does
No,
creatures
like
in any way.
everything here. So, kind of show you. I'll zoom in just a little bit more. So if you look on the right side of the picture, kind of basically where. Okay, so this is the sign going into Pripyat. That's what the sign says is Pripyat. 1970 is when Pripyat was built. On the right-hand side of the road is the red forest where radiation actually did kill the trees and stuff. So it turned everything red, right? Because of how much radiation was there.
Really?
But everything like started kind of growing back like quick. So it's kind of a weird kind of modge podge of different like super bright green trees and like some some dead standing trees that are just kind of hanging out intermixed.
That's interesting. So it was like the dust and everything that settled on it at the time.
All that ionizing radiation when the
killed it.
cesium blanket covered the whole area, like all those trees and everything, like they just turned red. They died.
Holy shit! But the new growth is fine. It's
Yeah.
all growing fine.
Yeah, and it
Everything's
was like-
fine.
it
They're
was
not
like right
coming out
after.
with like one branch
Yeah.
or like some kind
No,
of
it's
weird
not
shit.
like
Weird.
Yeah, like everything just kind of. That's why I was saying like Mother Nature is gonna reclaim that Earth. Like it just, So when you compare radiation to like how bad is it environmentally speaking, well, it came from the environment.
Sure.
Like
Does it
just
get
kinda-
processed out though? Like for example, you've got all of that radiation dust that was settled on the forest floor. No doubt that's sunk into the soil. So now the
Mm-hmm.
trees are growing out of that. So the trees are radiated. They just have found a way to live with that. Like they
Yeah.
just processed it somehow.
Well, and there's people. There's people that. When you start looking at things, there's people that evacuated the zone and then went back. So when the evacuation occurred, it was initially a 72-hour thing. That was kind of the selling point. Is like 72 hours, boom, done, out we go. And there are self-settlers that moved back in, and one of the oldest ones actually died about 6 weeks before we went over this last time in May, or in April and May. And it was like, I mean, she was drinking water from a well. Like she lived in the 35-kilometer zone, and she was drinking water from a well that she had like gotten water. She was eating fruit, had a garden, everything. Like she was, So when you start looking at it, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of tough to say what the effect truly is, because she was like, from my understanding and talking to the locals, she was like 80, I think they said 89 years old, and she was like healthy as a horse clear up until the day she died, when it was basically just old age, like.
So her and Sasha, they've got some superpowers, man.
Yeah,
There's
and
something about
it's
them.
funny
that's
because
so
I don't know,
interesting.
you kind of think about the mutations and how that stuff occurs, and I don't know, like that's one of those things where I don't really have an answer for that, because there's so many people that have self-settled and stayed in the zone, and they're fine. Like, they're fine.
That's so fucking weird that some people 30 days you're done, and some people live 35 years eating fruit that is fucking made from the radiated soil and they're just fine.
So
God, I wish that somebody would do some kind of extensive studies on
I'm sure that they
DNA
have. So
they
it's
have.
so I do a lot of training at a more secure facility that I'm not really able to bring names and stuff into, but we'll just say it's close by you, Roxy. So they did a lot of testing when Manhattan Project and some of these other things were going, as far as like animal exposure and food exposure to trees and stuff like that. And one of my good friends is he was one of the people alive during that time frame and worked like 60, I think he's like 64 years or something in nuclear physics at this point in time. Like he's,
Wow.
you know, he's been around. And he was saying that they ate like the cows that had been exposed and drank the milk from the cows and like,
And they're fine.
and they're fine. So yeah, I don't know. Somebody just wrote lick. Don't lick it. That's bad. Yeah. Don't lick it.
Oh, yeah. Off to lick an elephant foot.
Yeah.
And lady, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm glad you've been listening and really digging it. I'm glad you popped into chat. That's awesome.
So
I know this is all so fucking interesting. Like, you know, we have heard about it. I mean, I remember when I was a little kid hearing about this happening, but I was too young to really understand what the fuck was going on,
I mean,
you know?
I remember like my mom talking about it and like how, you know, how horrible it was and all this other stuff. And I was just like I didn't understand the magnitude of what had happened.
Yeah, as kids,
you know?
I mean,
Yeah.
we can't really. I was, what, 6 and you were...
8. Yeah.
You were 8? No, you were not 8 in 1986. 'Cause you're 7. You have 7 years on me.
Yeah.
But still little. Like, we were little,
So,
too little to actually really
You're
understand.
making me math.
Yeah.
I've had a couple beers. I'm not up for math.
No, that's okay.
But
yeah, but young, too young. Where I remember my mom crying, and I remember watching the news, and she was like, "This is a disaster," and I'm like, "Why? What happened?" She's like, "This thing exploded, and it's radiation," and I'm like, "I don't know what that means, but that sounds really scary," you know.
So,
I'm moving on.
Scott was 16, so he remembers
16.
it very well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But on the other side of that, like, here's something that kind of made me go, addressing your statement there, Scott. So you remember when the Challenger explosion occurred, right?
Oh.
Blew up
I
the school
saw
teacher,
that
all
with
that
my
stuff,
own
right?
eyes. I saw it in Florida.
Same year.
Ooh, it was the same year,
Same
yeah.
year.
86.
Yeah.
It was also the same year that the Goonies came out,
Yeah.
and the Labyrinth and Never Ending Story.
Yeah.
So there was some cool things.
So
and
there was some
horrific
biblical shit
things.
going on there.
That's
We
true.
blew up a space shuttle and did Chernobyl and made the Goonies.
And made the fucking
Try and
Goonies.
find that shit. Find that shit in Revelation.
Oh, that's actually really interesting. I mean, now that you're talking about it, that you're right. Both of those things happen at the same time. That sucks. That really sucks.
Going into like the numerology side of things, like one of my really close friends that I teach with over there, Nikolai. I was reluctant to point out the Challenger explosion to him because he's one of those that like kind of thrives on that whole reinforcement of the Bible, exposure, this and this and this type of thing, right?
Okay.
And so I'm like, hey, you know that this all happened the same year? And he, fuck. Like, he was like, oh, his mind was blown. Yeah, he was just like, oh my God.
Dang.
So.
Roxy was actually asking a little while back if you
Yeah.
have a translator or if you speak any Russian, or do the locals speak English out there?
So I speak very little Ukrainian. I'm one of those people where the reason I go over ahead of time is I forget languages. I have taken Spanish a bunch of times. I have taken a few different languages and courses a bunch of times, and it doesn't stick until I'm in it.
So you got certain words that
so
you've heard
when
about?
I go over, it usually takes me a couple days to kind of get the feel of things again. I mean, I honestly like it. Just for whatever reason does not stay in my brain until I'm starting to use it.
It's too bad.
It really is.
But you can remember all of this science and all of this chemistry and all these numbers and everything, but you try to say hello in Ukrainian and it's like, fuck.
Yeah, well, I learned this last time that I speak enough Ukrainian to get my ass in a lot of trouble at the airport security line.
Oh, shit.
And
You know
not
all the
enough
bad
to
words,
get
huh?
myself out of trouble. So we had a lot of our detectors that we were trying to bring back, like we fly detectors and stuff over, and then we have to bring them back. And one of the detectors I was bringing back is a $30,000 piece of equipment. And so the computer, I can put it in my checked bag, and that's fine. But the scintillator is a cesium iodide crystal, and it's a 3-inch crystal, and so you protect that shit with your life. So I have this crystal in my this scintillator probe in my backpack, and it went through security, and I had like 20 dudes with AK-47s like yelling at me, and people asking me questions, and like I'm showing them like my name badge from Chernobyl and like all this other stuff, like please
science.
yeah
Like,
trying to explain
oh,
it.
fuck,
And
really? Did you have any specific paperwork that like was
yeah,
in
well,
Ukrainian
like a
that said the
dumbass,
thing?
yeah, like a dumbass, I put it with the computer in my check bag.
Oh,
So it was already on the plane.
man,
So
what did we learn?
all my documents
Oh,
for this
shit.
piece of equipment were sitting in my check bag, and of course the two assholes that are with me teaching this class, Holly and Jeremy, are on the other side of security, laughing their asses off as I'm basically getting pretty much violated.
Oh
So,
man! So
yeah.
did they end up understanding? Were you able to?
yeah,
like,
so
somehow make
everything
sense of
over
it?
there is military. So like all their doctors, all their firefighters, police officers, EMS, all of it. So the doctor that they had for the airport finally came over and looked at it, and he spoke enough English that I could kind of work my way through a conversation with him.
Good.
And I'm like, no, this is a radiation detector. And he's like, okay. He's like, why do you have it? And I said, well, we do a class at Chernobyl. And as soon as I said that, he kind of rolled his eyes, and he's like, oh, you're one of those. He's like, okay. He's like, and so he told him, he's like, nah, he's good. But then when we went back through Istanbul, same shit happened. Like I tried to go back.
You didn't get the paperwork at that point?
No, because
it
my
was
bag
still in the bag.
transferred.
Got it. Ah, shit.
So
here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. So
damn.
yeah, it was. I definitely learned. I learned that the paperwork stays with
Yes,
me.
yeah. That's very important. And translated paperwork
Yeah.
into their language.
Yeah, so
Signed off by
I
somebody.
speak a little bit of Ukrainian and a little bit of Russian. I've got a friend that has been trying to teach me more Russian so that as I go over there, I can communicate a little bit better. But I know enough to stay afloat. Other than that, that's Nikolai's job. That's why I pay him. So
Okay, so he helps you do all the translation
yeah.
and
So
everything.
Nikolai
Okay.
speaks. He owns a travel company that specifically does like tourism stuff at Chernobyl. So it's like you can go and he'll do like a 6-hour or 1-day tour for you or whatever, and show you all the hot spots and take you back to Kyiv. And so that's kind of his
That's
business.
cool. So what does it cost, would you say, roughly, for a 1-day just kind of tourist
So in
experience?
American, as far as the cost, it's about $800 for a 1-day tour.
Okay.
The class that I teach, I charge all of the students and everybody that is going to attend. I include their occupancy as far as hotel. It's Hotel Slavutich, which is the town that they built to replace Pripyat. So that's where all the plant workers live. Which, cool fact about the Hotel Slavutich, it used to be the housing headquarters for the KGB. And so the rooms are
That's awesome.
like they are freaking awesome rooms.
Sweet.
So
That's
it's
cool.
a pretty cool like little bit of history right there. But yeah, I take care of the occupancy for the room, all of your food while we're in the zone. I don't pay for your vodka because I know how much everybody ends up drinking.
Fair enough.
And then your passes in and out of the zone and the train tickets. So I do that for $2,400 for a 6-day thing, and then at the end I show people a good time. We do a actual dacha party, which is a Slavic party where it's a game between how fast you can drink Simigan, which is their version of moonshine, or how fast can you eat the food that's on the table. And you're probably going to drink faster than you're going to eat because it is just ridiculous. And so yeah, I feel like, I've tried really hard to make sure that it's a somewhat affordable time for people to go.
You said 2,400?
$2,400 for the week.
And it's for 6 days
Yeah.
of instruction, like, and
Yeah.
many hours a day. And it's not something that you have to be a student or have any kind of previous knowledge to attend.
No, you just need to have you need to have an ability of getting a radiation detector that is somewhat doable, because I don't have an abundance of those. I have a couple.
But what about like teams? You're like, okay, you guys, the four of you guys are on a team. You're all using this detector.
So
together.
the way that we do our class, we actually split people up. So a lot of times it's pretty important to have your own, but we do have, like, we kind of pass them around because everybody has different technology that they take and bring to the table. So
Okay.
we try and give people a chance to see what other meters and other companies are kind of putting out there to help them as far as maybe future purchases.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get sponsored by some of these companies, I'm sure. And
Yeah.
Get, free
Yeah.
stuff. We only use blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah,
well,
you
and
know?
I kind of try and stray away from that. There is a local company from Utah that has offered to kind of help us out with some stuff. I'm a little reluctant to do that just because I don't want it to be driven by somebody's like personal equipment type of a thing, because everybody has different stuff.
Sure,
So
sure.
if I take 10 firefighters over from different parts of the world, like, they are going to have completely different things. So
Sure. But what if it was included type of thing for people that don't have it? Like, okay, if you have your own equipment, bring whatever you want. Although, if you don't, I'd be happy to supply this one brand.
we're working on it. The biggest thing is it's money. Like, it costs money to be able to do that. And even if they come in and say, yeah, we'll kind of sponsor and let you have some equipment as just kind of demo and stuff, they still like it. It's all expensive equipment. So you're $5,000 to $60,000 on different pieces of equipment. So it's, for me, that's a lot of liability.
Yeah.
If I
You're right about that.
have a Pelican case full of different instrumentation and it happens to be that one case that gets lost on the flight over, like $200,000-$300,000 worth of equipment, kind of
Yeah.
crazy.
No, for sure. That is really intense, you having to deal with
Yeah.
that much expensive
Yeah.
shit. Ooh, yeah, that's probably very stressful.
Yeah, so we kind of set it up where everybody brings their own stuff and kind of gets familiar with that, and then if they want to pass equipment around and kind of see what other stuff is. And it has changed changed people's mind on purchasing a couple times. We had people this last class that were looking at stuff, and they were like, well, we're going to purchase this brand, and then they tried this other brand that somebody else had brought, and they were like, oh, hell no, we're not buying that, we're buying this. Like, we like what this is, right?
That's neat. Yeah, to have a bunch of variety. And
Yeah,
you can
so
see what
it
works
is kind of nice as
better.
far as that. So we've tried to stay away from that. It's not like, I don't take people over there because I'm making a ton of money on it. I take people over there and I try and keep it as cheap as I possibly can for folks. The passes, as far as getting Ministry of Health and the government, their federal government, to sign off on passes getting in and out of the plant, and some of the closer proximity zones, like, we have to show proof that we're educated to what's actually going on, because
And
it's
you
a
can't just
safety
bring
risk for
random
them.
people in and
Yeah.
fucking kill a bunch of tourists. Like, yeah, that makes sense. So
So
they're like,
they're-
okay, you're legit.
They're pretty
doing
strict
it
about
right.
it, but they are costly. Okay. Like, it's very costly. I don't basically. I don't deal with any of the airfare. I have people book their own flights, because some people are like, I'm going to do it on economy. Some people are like first class only. And
Sure. Yeah.
so,
just get your ass there on
so
this
it's,
day, and we'll
I set it
handle
up
the
where
rest.
it's like, this is what I'll cover. I'll cover your 6 days. I cover your transportation. I cover all this other stuff. I won't cover your alcohol, and I won't cover any time that you want to spend in addition to, and I won't cover your flight over or back. So
that's totally
it's pretty
fair. And I think
straightforward.
$2,400 for 6 days.
Yeah.
And an actual education.
Yeah.
From a specialist. It's not just like, sometimes you go on vacation, you go on these tours, and they know as much as they've like remembered from what they've read to get the job. But if you ask more in-depth questions, they're like, I don't know. We'll have to look into that. And I'm like, damn, I would like a tour guide to know so much, be really
Yeah.
like knowledgeable. So it sounds like you're the perfect person. They
Yeah.
can ask questions and you got it.
So the group of people that we go over and teach with, I try really hard to bring like some of the best in. So my friend Lucas, the Dogs of Chernobyl guy, he's one of the instructors. Nikolai, coincidentally, his name's Nikolai Fomin, and it's actually not the same Nikolai Fomin that was the superintendent that signed off on the testing for the plant. Totally different Nikolai Fomin.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is kind of coincidence that he has the same name, right?
Yeah.
But so Nikolai and Lucas do a lot as far as the instruction, and me and my friend Holly do a lot as far as the instruction, and then I just hired on my captain from the fire station who went over with us this last time.
Cool.
So he's one of those like chemical genius kind of guys, like, and so the chemistry side of things, he's a lot better at that than I am.
So did you guys kind of cover different portions? So
Yeah.
you kind of like, okay, for the next couple hours, you're
Yeah.
going to be with Paul talking about yada yada. So
Yeah.
it's not just like a whole team the whole
So
time.
we do it that way. So we cover stuff where we cover like response to an incident, identification of what the isotope is. We cover mapping and running an incident. So we try and cover a whole bunch of stuff so that people have. I mean, obviously, we're there to see a lot of really cool history, but we try to kind of plug in 2 or 3 kind of trainings throughout the course of each day so that people can get a feel for what that needs to look like. And then usually the last day we try and make sure that we're able to run all the way through like a full scenario. So like our last day we'll kind of lay it out where it's like, okay guys, like we're back in Pripyat, this is what we got. You know, show me what it is that you guys have learned this last week. Like,
Cool, that sounds so fun.
Run through the scenario, get your paperwork and everything put together, and then between the 5 instructors, we can kind of float between people and help them kind of figure out if they get hung up on maybe paperwork or documentation of, you know, what the map needs to look like or how they're gonna, you know, deem like a go no go type of a scenario. You know, stuff like that. So we try and make it really interactive and fun for people as well. So
That sounds amazing.
it's pretty cool.
Have you inspired any people to get into like the radiation specialty stuff through these classes where they're like, fuck, I didn't know how awesome this was and now I know and I'm gonna go full force?
Yeah.
Sweet. That's awesome.
We have. I mean, it's, you know, the couple times that we've had people where they've kind of been on the bubble about it, if you will. They are very off the bubble by the time they're done. They're just like, this is freaking awesome.
That's
You
so
know?
cool.
So yeah.
Have you
it's
had to
been-
go the other way where after doing all this stuff they're like, fuck that shit? No way, man.
Not with anybody that we've taken to Chernobyl.
Cool. That's good. Good track
We
record.
have in classes that we've taught like locally and stuff, like when we bring radioactive materials into the classroom and kind
got
of show
the willies
people,
and they're like,
you know, show people kind of how that is and everything, and talk about that stuff because that is part of training hazardous materials. And so we get a lot of people that are just like, yeah, I'm not okay with that, you know.
That's fair. I mean, it's a hell of a risk in all of the things that you do. Fighting fires is a huge risk.
Yeah.
Being a paramedic, you never know what kind of like diseases somebody has or like what kind of shenanigans that you're getting into. There's so much risk involved.
Yeah.
So it sounds like almost everything that it is you're doing besides building the tables, man. Like you're really a brave person.
Well,
to
I don't
be
know
able to
about
do
brave.
that.
I might just be stupid. I don't know.
I feel like it's genuinely brave. I really do. It takes a lot of balls for a person to be willing to put themselves in the line of fire, essentially.
Yeah.
Whatever kind of fire that might be, whether it's, you know, radiation, like actual physical gunfire or, you know, buildings burning. Like it's a big deal to do that. A lot of people would rather sit behind a desk at an office
Yeah.
with some music playing or whatever, you know, and just like no risk whatsoever. I think it takes a very unique individual to
Yeah.
do what it is that you do.
Well, there's a couple people. Let's see, a couple people kind of asking about like the deal and cost and everything. So I don't know if you have a way you can like put my email address.
Oh, we can totally put a link in there. Yeah, call it out. Chid, by the way, I love you. Good night. I know you said it was super cold in Canada. So please be very careful. But I'm really glad that you were here hanging out with us. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. And Steve Scott went to sleep. But yeah, that would be great. Yeah, if you call out your email or any kind of like website link or something like that, Dusty can put a link in the chat.
Okay.
For ya.
Cool. So yeah, we'll make sure that's up there so that people can do that.
Yeah, you can just say it and he'll go ahead and type.
Okay. So HELO B as in boy, YR D as in dog. So helobird at gmail.com.
Perfect.
And I can just send me an email and I can patch over the link to what the where the tickets and stuff are located. That would be the one.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to, you can hit me up and I can always get in touch with him at any time too.
Yeah.
But I think it's such a cool opportunity. I think it'd be really amazing to be able to go out.
It's pretty neat.
And do that. I find it fascinating, and I'm not trying to have any kids, so like you can fuck your ovaries up a little bit. It's totally fine.
Yeah, which
I'm not too worried about it.
For females, they do get a little bit kind of weird about that sometimes.
Oh yeah, you were telling me that Holly, your friend that goes out there with you, was the first woman to be allowed into the plant. Is that
into the radioactive portion of the plant. And she had to sign a bunch of waivers and stuff like that, saying that, basically she was kind of choosing being able to experience that over, I don't want to say not having kids, because I'm sure that that's, something where, she just had to be able to recognize that there is a risk associated with that.
Sure.
So, but yeah.
And speaking of, you were saying before too that a lot of the men who have been surrounded with radiation, I was asking if there was any kind of interesting anomalous stuff, and you said a lot of people have twins, so it seems like twins might be a byproduct of being exposed to radiation, but none of the twins are all like funky or something. Everybody's normal.
I got cute twins. So
that's awesome. Yeah, they didn't come out with like 8 arms or something.
One of them with a goofy eye or nothing like that. No, they're
that's so cool.
But yeah, it's a theory that's kind of floated around in like hazardous materials and in the medical community a few different times, and there's probably no real truth to it, but I think that it's more kind of just a fun story for people. That it's like, oh, well, we're exposed to all this stuff and therefore we produce twins. I don't know if it's like a victory speech or like an encouragement of not to go there type of a thing.
I don't know. It's very interesting that like a lot of people that you have surrounded with like have this thing, because twins are not super rare, but it's not like that common of a thing. It's kind of rare to meet other people that have had twins,
Yeah, so. Like I was telling you the other night, like we
twin me up, Scotty.
my workplace, like we got a bunch of dudes that like have twins. We actually have a guy that like first time out of the gate just recently had twins and was just like boom, 2 kids. It was actually kind of funny because he came to work and he's just like, I need help. Like, you got twins. I need help. And I'm like, dude, you're on your own,
the best
buddy.
Advice I can give you is to get the old snip. You got 2, snip it up.
Yeah.
Be done.
So let's see. We'll kind of roll through some of this stuff.
Yeah. Show us stuff.
I thought this was kind of cool. So this is in Odessa, Ukraine, which is down by
that's beautiful.
Crimea.
Cool.
It's just across from the Black Sea from Crimea there. So Crimea is where all the Russian stuff is kind of going on right now. They got these really weird ass trees.
Ooh, look at that tree.
Yeah.
That's a great shot. That's a really, really good shot.
So, so they have these really weird looking trees that kind of sprout up all over the place, and they're both creepy and cool.
So, God, I wonder what they look like when they have leaves on them, because they're just so scraggly. They probably look real like Tim Burton-y.
The leaves were very kind of hit and miss. Like they did not
Just
seem
a couple
like
beep, beep, beep,
yeah,
beep,
they
beep.
did not seem like they're a very full looking tree, so they're kind of a weird tree. But
That's
they've got them all
neat.
over.
Roxy Twin's already running her family, so all she needs is an extra sprinkle of radioactive pixie dust, and she should be all set. That way, you bust them out at one time. Boop. There you go.
Yeah.
Get a couple of them. Moving along.
So this is a wall in Kyiv. This is all the. It's kind of like their Vietnam wall, but this is for the Russian-Ukrainian war.
Wow.
So instead of just having names, they actually have pictures.
That's really nice. They have pictures you can see.
So you can kind of put their
faces.
faces to it. So you can see that it's like way long.
Long, yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of that. Lots of cool churches and stuff like that in Kyiv and some of the surrounding areas.
Oh, there's
Tavia.
Tavia.
There's us.
Yay!
We're headed the wrong direction.
That was fun.
Well, that happened. Let's see. Let's try this. Oh, this is kind of a cool one.
Oh, spooky.
So this doll was covered up. There's not really like black Slavic people. Like that's just not a thing. And so when we went into this school that was in like the 5-kilometer zone, we found this doll kind of sitting in the corner with a piece of paper kind of over it, and we saw that it was like white hair and a black face, and we're like, what in the world? And so we went to pick it up, and the paper had protected it for the last 35 years from all the radiation and everything. And so the white and the black is the stuff that was exposed, and the white skin is actually like the stuff that was protected.
That's what it looked like before, but that black is shit.
And that's inside.
That is fucking
That's inside
cool.
a school, so the radiation levels inside are actually really low because it's sheltered, right? So we just thought it was like the weirdest thing.
That's really strange. So, but it was over 35 years or whatever, however
35 years. So like little
that's
trucks and stuff. Let's see, what else we got? Okay, so this is the monument to the Liquidators. So this is actually
that's awesome.
in Chernobyl City. This was built to kind of acknowledge the sacrifice of all the liquidators.
I love that they did that.
It's kind of funny because most of the people that go over are like pretty, like firefighters, EMTs, police officers, stuff like that, who are exposed to some pretty horrific type of things. And good luck on keeping anybody with a totally dry eye at this. I don't know what it is about this, but it's like you will cry at this memorial. Wow. Like it's kind of weird. But let's see. We'll see if we can kind of zoom in
about
here.
What everybody went through. These people that like talk about risking everything.
Yeah. Like this portion is for the firefighters right here, and then they come over here, and you've got your scientists, and then in right here is one of their EMS people, and he's got his little box of medicine, and the medicine, the guy who built that sculpture, in case 2 of the very best fifths of vodka from that time in that case. So there's two fifths
That's
of vodka.
fucking cool. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So,
I really like that. That's a nice little secret thing.
Yeah, they've got some pretty cool little things that they do, stuff like that, kind of floating around.
Wow, that's a very cool sculpture.
So,
I like that.
So this is my captain from work. So this is one of the troop carriers, one of the last ones that they basically had not really done a full decontamination of, and it's just kind of stuck out there. So he was over getting readings and stuff off from the tracks. It's kind of like a little tank type of thing. They learned a lot from Chernobyl. As far as our decontamination process, we don't decontaminate people with water if it's radioactive, because it's just a good way to make radioactive water.
Fair enough. Yeah, so what do you do?
Yeah, well, and that's kind of what they ran into, right? So they used 110,000 different pieces of equipment to try and evacuate and do the initial cleanup of Chernobyl. And they just basically have them in these junkyards. They're kind of like out in the middle of nowhere. So they separated all the high level and low level radioactive materials, and all this is the low level stuff they deemed not really quite so radioactive.
Okay.
And that's all part of the process of cleaning up. They've got nothing but time. I mean, everything that's out there now is basically like they took care of all the big stuff right out of the gate, and now it's just trying to kind of let nature run its course and kind of clean up what they need to keep cleaning up. And I mean, they've got years of work as far as what needs to still be done.
What would have happened theoretically if after the shit blew up, if they just left it? If they were like, we're not risking people's lives, we're just gonna walk away from this, what would have happened?
Um, well, that's a pretty far stretch, honestly, because I think when any of us really get into this, it's like we know that there's an inherent risk to it. And I mean, Fukushima in Japan being one of those same things, right? Like you and I were talking about Fukushima and when the tidal wave hit and the reactor's reaction to that and everything. And it like killed all the people that were working. Like it just, and they knew that. Like they knew going in that if something happened, that there was a pretty good chance that that was like the end of the road. And,
But
and
let's
all
say
of those guys
communist
opted to stay
scenario.
there, right?
Communist scenario, the, big head honcho, whatever it is just like, nope, we're walking away, we're not dealing with it. You have to listen to me. This is my decision. We're trying to cover it up or whatever. What would happen?
One thing that I have learned in communist countries is like that would be a really tough scenario to kind of draw a conclusion to, because their sense of pride in what they like, they're 100% right,
That's
like
fair.
all the time,
That's
right?
fair.
So it's really even with this, like it was like Gorbachev and those guys were like not going to, they tried to hide it from the world as long as they could, but after they found out that they couldn't hide it anymore and that everybody knew, then it was like, oh shit. But they were still trying to remedy the situation in the process of all of that kind of coming about. As they started finding out more and more how screwed they were, then they found out that people already knew. And so at this point in time it was kind of like, I mean, their sense of pride is not just going to let them walk away from that.
Sure.
But hypothetically, if
Yeah.
they had, basically Ukraine would no longer be able to be populated.
The entire country.
Yeah. So
How far does that reach?
with that
really?
meltdown, had it gotten in like groundwater and everything else, like it would have been poison going basically every which way. So uranium decay, it has a tendency to decay to radium, and radium then is water soluble and turns into thorium, and so you would have had a massive basically the water supply for that entire region would have been
totally contaminated and fucked.
completely contaminated.
So we should be extra thankful for all the people that
Yeah,
cleaned
all the
this shit
people
up.
all the people that died in the process of this happening and have died since, which has been literally hundreds of thousands of people.
Wow.
Like it's cost the life of hundreds of thousands of people. And so I mean, for sure be thankful for the fact that those people were all willing to, obviously you had people that were exposed that made bad decisions, like the bridge of death scenario and stuff like that, but the responders and people that went through, and the engineers and miners and everything else like that were involved in stopping this from becoming an entire region of death. They did a great job, and technology back in '86 was not by any stretch the means that it is now. Like, I mean, that's a huge change.
Yeah.
If you look at things in 1986 tech wise, like we were all still playing Nintendo and had
Straight
brick
up.
cell phones and shit like that. Like,
If even.
Yeah.
No, it was like car phones.
Yeah.
And we were still attached to the cord in the
I mean,
kitchen and shit like that at that time.
it was like-
so much has changed. Like we have
it's a
such
ton.
crazy.
It's a ton of difference between the two.
Huge.
And so for those guys in that time frame, like what they did was, I mean, And you don't understand the magnitude of how amazing that was and what a sacrifice that was for those people until you're actually standing there and you see some of this stuff and you're like, holy shit, like I can't even. It's kind of like going to New York City and going through like the museum for Ground Zero, like you go through that stuff and you're just like, God, I really hope never in my life do I have to, like we've all accepted it. We will make that decision, like 100%.
Yeah.
A police officer is going to stand in front of you and a shooter, like every time. Like that's just how that's going to go. Firefighter is going to go into your house and try and get you out every single time. Like it's, these guys and gals, same thing. Like they're going to go in on a chemical or a radiological or a biological incident, and they're going to sacrifice themselves for those people. Like that's just what it is. But when you see it at this scale, like it's so like, I mean, it's definitely, that's the reason I said, that monument for the Liquidators, like I think that's one of those moments where it just like hits you all at once, where you're just like, oh my God.
Because it's not just casualties, or like innocent bystanders. It's people that actually put their life on the line.
Yeah.
Because they knew.
Well,
now the other side, like the Radium girls, that whole story, that is so fucked up because they were not told that this shit was fucked up and poisoning them. And then when they were like, hey, I think it's poisoning people, they were like, no, not at all. Keep licking your paintbrush.
That's an interesting era because the Radium girls were in the same era where you could buy like radium kits to ionize your water,
Yeah,
like
they were like, oh, beauty
there was a whole
stuff.
thing.
Give yourself a glow and all this shit. Like they didn't know.
At the same time, like we really transitioned that far when you look at it, right? I mean, look at people that have Botox injections. Like you're injecting a biological agent into your body, like,
But that's by their choice.
Yeah,
this one was like, they're like, hey, check
the
it out.
Radium
This is going to be so cool,
kind of a weird thing.
And then when it was realized what was happening, these girls were like, people are dying. I wasn't licking my paintbrush, so I didn't fucking die, but my sister's jaw's falling off or whatever, and then they just tried so hard to cover it up rather than owning it and being like, we are so sorry, we did not realize that this is what was happening. Please, everybody stop. Like, they just hid that shit for so long, and that is atrocious that they were taking these risks that they didn't even know that they were taking. Like,
and that's
bad.
And that is true. With the Radium girls, that was a very interesting situation. It's they're again in the time frame, like they didn't have luminescent dials and stuff like that for the aircraft, and a lot of the stuff that they were doing was specific to kind of resupplying military gauges and stuff in aircraft, and that's why they would lick the brushes to try and draw the best point, because they had to paint that radium on because it glows in the dark, right? So I mean, it's kind of like tritium sights on firearms and stuff like that now, is the reason tritium sight glows is because it's a baseline radioactive material. So it's, got a half-life that drops off, but it's low-level radiation. It's not that big of a deal. But, if you have ever looked at a firearm that has a tritium sight on it, like you shut the bedroom lights off and you can see all three sights.
Wow,
like
that's really pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't realize that they were doing that. So it makes sense. You can see.
But they would have to like lick the brush to get the finest tip so that they could paint these really fine lines on these dials. And so I think a lot of it was, crappy communication right out of the gate. And then, of course, there's always going to be some sort of cover up when you have a business and you're like, so y'all are going to die and we really don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do with my hands right now.
Yeah, and they didn't want to pay out.
Yeah.
So all that shit went to court, and they just lied through their teeth while people were dying. It's crazy. Did you see the movie? Did you end up watching the movie? That was a really good movie, and a lot of that
was
was
and depressing.
Yeah. But if any of you guys have not seen the movie Radium Girls, I highly recommend it.
Watching it. So
it was very, very interesting, and it is based on truth. I mean, of course, it's a movie, so they make different characters and kind of
Yeah.
embellish certain things. But for the
Yeah,
most part,
there's some good
pretty crazy.
there's some good stuff out there right now as far as like the Radium Girls movie is out there. There's a movie on I think it's on Netflix, Madame Curie.
Oh, I'll have to watch that. I
That's
haven't
pretty
watched
good.
that one.
It's about Madame Curie. And
Oh,
her
that'd
life.
be fantastic.
There's obviously the HBO special that they did for Chernobyl.
That was really good.
There's
I
a
should watch
documentary.
that again after
Yeah.
this whole conversation.
Yeah,
'cause that
there's a
was really good.
documentary of the making of the Arch that's on Netflix. So I mean, there's some pretty cool information pieces that are out there right now, which is pretty. I mean, if one thing I can actually say about COVID is hopefully everybody capitalized on it and got a damn education from watching so much TV.
Absolutely.
So
Man, I've watched so many documentaries, and actually,
Yeah.
me and Tavia both took some online courses, which was great.
did you do
So-
the Tiger King?
I did.
I
did.
Yeah.
That was right at the beginning, and
That's
I
one
was
of those
like,
guilty
I'm going in
pleasures.
it.
Yeah, you're
Tavia
like-
didn't watch
yeah,
it,
you
but
couldn't
me,
put-
I
couldn't
watched it
put
for
that
sure.
shit down. It was
No,
like, oh,
it's such a
man.
clusterfuck, and me being from Florida, like I'm used to
I
crazy
know.
psycho people like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was really interesting. I haven't watched the second part of it yet, but
Me either, but
I had to,
God bless.
I had to give
Like
it.
that
a
was
go.
for sure a good way to kill a couple days of my life.
It
Time I'm
was.
never getting back.
And I don't watch a lot of what I consider trash TV.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of really well produced things or learning stuff or whatever. But I totally watched that shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
100% did.
Yeah, everybody was
did.
like super into that. Carol fucking Baskins.
But there's been a lot of learning though. I mean,
Yeah.
I've definitely took advantage of that. And of course, I could have always done more, but I did quite a bit. I took a class on ancient Roman architecture, which is good.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
That was fucking awesome, dude.
I'm sure.
I designed my own Roman city.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
badass.
I spent more YouTube University time, I think, out of that.
And
So-
that's fair as long as
now-
you're learning something.
Now I feel like I let everybody down.
I took a class on the pyramids of Giza. I took a class dinosaurs 101. Took a dinosaur class. It was good.
Yeah?
Yeah, totally learned some shit.
Yeah.
I learned that there's a lot more fucking dinosaurs than I'm ever going to be able to remember. That's what I learned from that class. I was like, oh shit,
Yeah.
this is the whole thing. Like, it was great. It was super fun.
Let's see. I got through 8 minutes of Tiger King season 2, and I turned it off. I was so pissed.
Oh,
why
really?
were
Was
you?
it
Why
so
were
bad?
you? Was it that bad, or did it just dig up feelings of the past and you were not happy, or?
Yeah. Why was it so bad?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Dusty on this. I didn't really. I'm still trying to grow a pair as far as sitting down and watching it. I think my biggest concern is that if I sit down and watch it, I'm going to do the same shit that I did with season 1 and just be living on popcorn and freaking
And just binge it
yeah,
out. But
just
that's the thing. If
binge
you
it
just
out.
do it real quick,
Yeah.
do it in a day or two, and then you're like, okay, now
Yeah.
moving along. Fuck. But yeah,
Yeah.
I don't really care too much. At the time, it became such a big thing. Everybody was sitting at home, and nobody knew what the fuck to do, and it became a thing. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna see what's going on, and
Yeah.
it got me in the moment. I was just so mind blown at how ridiculous that it just kept getting, and then it kept getting worse.
I will never financially
and
recover
worse.
from this. Yep. Shit. Yeah,
And
it
then
was,
honestly,
it was
how much he
terrible.
just hated Carol Baskin, that shit was,
was kinda
very
funny.
fucking funny to me.
Yeah,
it was
kinda funny.
it was pretty funny. But now he's in prison. One of the other guys is dead.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the second part is even.
Yeah,
gonna
well,
fucking be. I
apparently,
have no
if we
idea.
can make it past the 8-minute mark,
Yeah, then we're gonna
we'll be
doing
we'll be a minute or
better.
two ahead of Roxy here. So, but
So, anybody, before we move to some interesting fire stuff, does anybody have any questions, or did we miss any questions or anything about Chernobyl, radiation, what have you?
oh, I was going to show you while you guys are thinking of that.
Oh,
So here's this guy right here. So this is Duga Radar Tower, which we take people to the Duga Radar Tower as well.
What is that all
It
about?
used to be called the Russian woodpecker. You could hear it in the background of radio frequencies all over the world. If you think back when you're a kid listening to the radio and you hear the kick, 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 kick as you get in certain areas.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Why? What is it for? What does it do? Why does it make a noise like that?
One side, so it's 500 feet tall and over a quarter of a mile length per side. And one side is a sending signal, and one side is a receiving signal. And this stopped working when Chernobyl happened. It had
What
been
was
running
it? What was it?
running for years.
What was it sending and receiving? Is it like SETI type
So
of shit going
it was
on?
actually, as much as the USSR denies it, it was basically designed to be able to pass information back and forth through spy land, so to speak, without it being detected. Yeah,
Interesting.
it was an encryption antenna.
Wow, and it
Kind of a
just
cool thing. Yeah.
totally just fried right out.
Yep.
Fucking hey.
But it's pretty cool. Like you can look up and you can see all the different antenna components and everything. It's a picture from underside of it.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So we take people out and let them see Duga Tower. And they've got like this huge building that is all just like computer servers and everything, where they've gone through and basically scrubbed all the servers and pulled a bunch of wires and crap. And
But that's crazy. 500 feet high.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Rox's question is a
cool
good
stuff.
one.
What's Rox's question?
She was wondering, is there another site that is more radioactive than Chernobyl, or does Chernobyl take the cake?
I would say as far as concentrated areas, that's kind of tough because, like, you guys have, like, we've got Hanford that does a lot of the radioactive material processing up here in Washington. That, I mean, they do a lot of really cool stuff, and there's a lot of processed materials and stuff that they're working on there. Which, like I said, guys, like environmental health and safety is always going to take precedent over everything else. So the stuff that we're doing and how we're processing stuff and nuclear reactors and that type of stuff, like these are very well thought through, very safe situations. But Hanford's pretty solid place. Fukushima, obviously, there's some pretty good concentrations of radioactive materials there. They're working on trying to figure out how to best kind of eliminate that situation, which is kind of interesting because in Chernobyl City, there's a monument. I don't have a picture of it with me, but there's a monument in the middle of Chernobyl City that was funded by both Ukraine and Japan, basically acknowledging their mistakes in nuclear science and
Wow.
apologizing to the world, promising that they would never make those same mistakes again. It's a pretty cool thing where both governments came in and basically made that commitment that, you know, hey, like we've had significant incidents, which they're one in thousands. Like there's thousands and thousands of nuclear reactors out there, and they just happen to have the two that, you know, bad things happened. So
Oh, that's really like
Yeah.
heartwarming.
yeah,
That
so,
really like kind of struck a
so
chord
they
with me. That
so
they're like,
yeah,
we're sorry.
I mean, people definitely in this industry, like they take that stuff super serious, and I mean, they'll, like I was saying, they'll sacrifice their life for it. You know, the original Liquidators. One thing that a lot of people don't know, when they got sent on the roof, due to the nature of the USSR at the time, like it was like a lottery. Like if you went to be a liquidator, you had no training, you had no knowledge. They dressed you up, said you got 20 seconds to throw as much crap as you can off the roof into the reactor. As soon as you hit 20 seconds, they blow a whistle, come in, they send more people out. So they're just constantly rotating these people out. If your name was selected, then all of your military age children were also part of that selection. So some of the men that were the original liquidators made an agreement with the government that if they went back on the roof multiple times, that their sons would not have to do that. So sacrifice type of thing, right? So yeah, they take it very, very seriously. Like nobody wants to ever see another Chernobyl or Fukushima type of an event.
What about the Bikini Atoll though, where they sent all these military guys, put them in some fucking shorts, and just told them to scoop some stuff up, and did not give the risk Did not tell them what the fuck was going on. Damn, dude, that was so rude.
Well, for sure, and
Wow.
I think we learned. I think we learned a lot coming up through like World War II as far as that side of things. Like if you look at that stuff, like Bikini Atoll and all that type of stuff is like, you know, like we hit this main stride where we were like super into nuclear research, but it's all that understanding, right? Like it's you know, as we've kind of figured it out more and more as time's gone on, like people have a pretty good understanding of what's acceptable and what's not. And
Well, good, because I feel like that was the
so,
rudest shit I've ever heard of
yeah,
in my life, dude.
pretty unacceptable as far as some of the training and things that they were doing. I mean, the technology and the information stream that we generated out of those trainings and those experiments, I mean, realistically, it's stuff that had to happen because we would not know what we know now if those things hadn't happened.
Yeah. Well, you can have a control group and not
and
everybody.
yeah,
Like,
and the,
oh,
I
man.
mean, and that's
poor
kind of like
guys.
that's saying just kind of the one positive side of that stuff,
Absolutely,
right?
which is good to look at the positive that does come out
You
of
know,
it.
because I think generally speaking, most people that work in the industry, they don't want to accept sacrifice of human life as a loss. That anybody that is in the past had any sort of illness or ailment or died from, you know, God forbid, died from this stuff, it's not really been in vain. Like they've kind of researched, you know, okay, why did this happen? Like, what can we do to stop this from being a problem in the future? What was missed? You know, what can we do better?
That's good. You know, lessons learned. It's very important to be able to look at how things were handled and figure out better ways.
Yeah.
I mean, especially Bikini Atoll too. It's on limestone.
Yeah.
So they covered the top of it, which is cracking, but all of the radioactive material is sinking into the limestone because it's all porous and it's just poisoning the water around it. So now we know
Yeah.
you have to put down a layer before you put everything on.
they're, you know, in the process of trying to figure out. That's kind of the downside is as we as a human race started kind of experimenting with this stuff and trying to wrap our heads around it, like we had no idea. Like, I mean, we had no idea what we were actually doing and setting up. And the stuff that they were like initially, like the limestone, you know, they're like, oh no, you know, it's gonna be fine and this and that. And then
Famous last words.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fine.
yeah, and so
It's
it really,
not
yeah, it's
fine.
not fine. But they've realized that, like, it's an industry that has really grown a lot, and so it's I think that it'll continue to grow. I mean, realistically, as long as the process is done correctly, nuclear energy is one of the safest and definitely the cleanest form of energy that we can have. Like, it's huge.
That makes me feel better. You
yeah.
saying that it's one of the safest.
One of the issues
yeah,
that we
you
run
being-
into with people like right now, as far as like hazardous materials side of things, is everybody's big push is for electric cars right now, and you know, just kind of as a gee whiz for a lot of people, everybody's like jumped on that bandwagon. Let's build a whole crap load of electric cars, or let's build a whole crap load of windmills. The oil and stuff that goes in those windmills is like horrible. Like it's you know, it's terribly harmful to the environment. And so when something goes wrong, then what are we going to do with it? Like, where are we going to put it? You know, and nobody has an answer to that. Or when all these lithium batteries that you know, are being made for electric cars, like, where are we going to dispose of them? You know, because they eventually go bad. They have to be replaced.
So damned if we do and damned if we don't.
Yeah.
We're just gonna keep
Yeah.
burning fossil fuels and fucking
So-
shit up, or we're gonna try to find other methods and still fuck shit up in the
which
process.
it really is. Like, it kind of sucks on both sides of the fence. It's just which less suck there is.
Yeah.
And I think that they've made enough progress with nuclear energy that, you know, and like I said, I think this is just my opinion of it. I think that at this point in time, they've made enough progress with it that the efficiency and how we are able to actually dispose of and treat those elements, it's almost easier because we have a plan for that, right? It's almost easier to do that than it is to try and figure out like what the hell are we going to do with all these lithium batteries, you know? Because as a firefighter, like if you have a Tesla that's in an accident and you have to cut that vehicle apart, there's batteries shoved in everything.
Really?
All the way around that car. Like every single nook and cranny of that car has a battery in it.
So there's
somewhere.
different protocol that you have when dealing with
So
Teslas.
let's say we cut one open, then what? Right? Now we've got some chemical or some issue as far as on the ground. What if it gets in a storm drain? It's raining. Like, you know, I mean, it's that type of stuff, right?
Yeah,
it's
I didn't
the
really
things
think
that
about
people
that before.
like. They're, you know, big huge push on this stuff, and then they just kind of go, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
you know?
that's super valid points.
Yeah.
But like, what the lesser of two evils at this point? And you know, at this point, I don't know.
Yeah, I can
that
tell you.
sounds maybe
I can
a
tell
little
you.
bit
I
better.
can tell you. So in India, they had a chemical plant that caught fire and exploded, and they are 3 generations down the line at this point in time, and still have birth defects and mutations associated with the chemical exposure, right? So. Chemical versus radiation, you know, when I teach classes to people, I always point out the placarding systems for vehicles on the road. So there's a nine class placarding system. Class number 1 is explosives, energetic material, because that in close proximity, when it goes off, you're gonna die, right? Radiation is number 7. So, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Corrosive is way up the list. It's closer to that 1, right? So if you look between
Sure.
1 and 9, and you're looking at like lithium batteries and stuff like that, as far as it being classified hazardous materials wise, it's more dangerous than radiation is.
So basically, in a nutshell, humans fucked everything up. We're continuously fucking everything up, and there's no great answers on how we're going to move forward in a productive manner that doesn't fuck up the planet more. Kind of how I feel.
Well,
So, confirm or deny.
that's a pretty defeated answer.
Well, it seems logical at this point.
Think,
you know?
I don't think that we're looking to continually fuck things up as much as I think that, like, a lot of the research has already been done. A lot of the mistakes have already been done. So we need to go back through and look at those mistakes and figure out a better plan.
Yes.
Because I think that it's great. Bicycles is the answer. I think that it's great as far as people, you know, I like from my standpoint, I have a ton of respect for like Elon Musk because he is doing something about it, right? Like, I mean,
at least he's trying,
you know,
yeah.
He's at least trying, right? He's trying to figure something out.
And he even said with the Tesla technology, he was like, anybody can use it.
Yeah.
It's out there. So, like, if more people want to use it, I'm not trying to just be the one guy who can use it. You know, I think that that's pretty cool. At least people are trying. And technology's changed so much just in our lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. Yeah. So we're not expected to have all the answers or to have found the perfect solution yet. But I just fear that we're running out of time. Yeah. I mean, the population of the planet has doubled in our lifetime.
Literally, yeah.
Literally. I mean, it's fucking crazy. So there's got to be some kind of way to move forward in a more productive manner. But with all of this, the risk with all of it, you know, even though nuclear risk is lower, we still see what happens when it goes fucked up, you know, and then you've got all the chemicals and everything, and then we're fracking and we're pulling all this fucking oil out and burning it up like it's like unlimited, and it's not unlimited. So I don't know, man. It just seems like we're kind of fucking everything up.
It's a rock and a hard spot for sure. I mean, it's really, it's tough to figure out what is kind of the solution to the problem.
Maybe a bunch of solar panels in the Sahara.
Yeah,
you know, like sunny areas.
But I can tell you, solar powers on the solar panels on the other side of that, like from a firefighter standpoint, is like one of the worst things we could ever see on somebody's house. That's on
Why?
fire.
Tell me.
It is horrible when they catch fire. Like,
Oh,
and there again,
because of all the chemicals
there again,
that's put
solar
into it, right?
power, right? Like the solar panel itself is eventually going to go Tango uniform, and that means that it's got to get buried somewhere, which means that it's got to get processed, right?
So
Like
if
no
it's all
matter what we
melted and
do,
shit, you can't
yeah,
just chuck it in a landfill.
no, like no matter what we do,
Man.
like it always keeps coming full circle to cool, great idea. What are we gonna do when shit goes south and we got to get rid of it?
That's a good point. Shoot it into the sun. shoot the ship.
If you're looking to have a supernova, I'm pretty sure that's like eventually the sun's gonna be like, "Fuck you, here's your stuff."
I know,
back.
right? God damn.
Yeah.
So as far as firefighting, speaking of like, having to dispose of these things and everything, what are some of the most like interesting experiences that you've had by fighting fires, and what are some of the like the hardest things, like the biggest hurdles that you have to actually like jump over when dealing with structure fires? Because it sounds like really challenging, and you teach fire science. I mean, you're not just a firefighter guy. You actually understand the science of fires, where you can go to a call and you can assess the situation and figure out like what needs to be done. Like that's a really important job.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, what's it like, man? Sounds like hard.
It's
decision. It's hot. Fuck, it's hot as fuck.
I get all sweaty.
Damn, that sounds hard.
Yeah, no, it's hard work. It is for sure. So kind of the background in the fire service, Gangs in New York, the movie, pretty accurate as far as the fire department scene is in that movie. Like firefighters, when they first came to the United States, very heavily it was pretty much Irish. There for quite some time with the potato famine. They ended up with a bunch of people kind of coming over from Ireland. This is why a lot of firefighters have like McCaffrey and McMurray and stuff like that as the last name, right? Is because of their Irish descent. Potato famine happened. Irish people came over. They were viewed for whatever reason as a lesser people of that time frame.
So sad.
So a lot of the businesses had "Irish need not apply" written on signs in their window. And so the highest risk jobs, aka police and fire, ended up being the only places that would hire Irish.
Wow, because they were expendable.
Yeah, they were expendable.
That's
So so that's kind of how that all took off, right? And they would loot, like it was it was just crazy. It was like a mess. Your house caught fire, and whether it burned to the ground or not, you were losing all of your shit. Like they were going to come in and take it all. So Benjamin Franklin actually changed that. So he came up with the first fire insurance company in the United States.
Really?
They would placard basically the outside of the building, and there's still parts of the U.S. that do this. There's a lot of places in Europe that do this. So your business would pay fire insurance to his company, and his company would protect your business. So that way you didn't lose all your shit. So if your business caught fire, then they would come put it out, so on and so forth. And that's kind of how the fire departments first started. So the very first paid fire department in the United States was in Cleveland, and it was in the early 1900s. So firefighting has initially, it started out as a bunch of Irish dudes that were expendable as all could get out, and it was just basically who's dumb enough to run inside a burning building.
Wow.
There was no protection of their airway. They wore basically rubber jackets. That's the reason that some of the turnouts that you see out now are black in color, is it's kind of a traditional thing, because they had rubber jackets, rubber boots. The helmets are designed basically the backwards baseball cap thing. The brim is designed to push water back across the top of your collar so that the hot water doesn't come down your neck as you're spraying. Out. So there was some basics when it first kind of came about that they they kind of kept in mind. But these dudes would go in with their face against the ground and basically just like army crawl into a burning house to try and get into whatever was not burning so they could steal stuff and get it back out. So
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
so it was not. It didn't start out as being a hugely honorable profession. So as time went on, and Ben Franklin kind of set a lot of this stuff up, um, the progress kind of kept building and building. Now we train recruits where they have a pretty good understanding of how to read a structure when it's on fire, as far as the smoke, what they can anticipate as far as fire behavior. We understand the growth rate. So a fire will grow, it'll double in size every minute that it's burning. So if you got a fire that's 5 by 5, it's going to be 10 by 10. And then it's going to be 20 by 20. And then it's going to be 40 by 40. And then it's going to be 80 by 80. So
time is of the essence.
Fire growth is huge. Yeah, it's a rapid thing for sure. The fire science side of things, we've really made a bigger push for that because the cost of everything to build a house is just stupid. Like, people can't afford to build hardly anything anymore. Like, it's just kind of gotten out of hand. So they've switched to this lightweight construction with a lot of stuff. They call it glue lam construction. So basically a lot of laminate woods and a lot of gluing those different pieces of wood together. Not quite so many nails, not quite so many gusset plates.
Right.
More just kind of like glue. Well,
wow.
Glue doesn't really stay together when you put it in heat.
No.
So the odds of structural collapse now is pretty dang close to about the same time that it takes us to respond to the structure fire in the first place. Oh. So when we arrive on scene, it is like we have got to make decisions like now. Like, we've got to be quick about how to do that as far as getting people in and out. We started doing a lot more like laddering windows, going in through, if somebody can say, hey, last saw this person in this bedroom, we'll ladder that window, go in that room through the window, and bring them out down a ladder and seal everything off in that room the best that we can while we're in there. So we try and protect stuff a little bit better that way. American firefighting is not the same as a lot of other countries, though.
Really? What are the differences?
Well, I can tell you, as an American firefighter, like, you go, and as soon as people in other countries find out that that is what you do, like, you're done buying your food, you're done buying your drinks. Like, you are at a whole different level.
Wow.
Because
cool.
we do interior firefighting. So most other countries don't. So most of the countries, the property is owned by the government. A friend of mine who works for London Fire Brigade pointed out to me once, he's pointed to a building, he's like, see that building? He's like, that building's 1,000 years old. It's burned 80 times. He's like, if it's made out of that much stone and there's somebody still inside there, when we get there, they're not alive. So he's like, it's a brick oven. He's like, why would we send our people in a brick oven for something that's not, like, like, you're just putting your own people at risk at that point in time.
Wow, so they just avoid entering structures.
They do a lot of exterior operation to get the fire under control, and then they'll go in and kind of clean up everything from there. But here in America, I mean, it's very different. Like, our gear is built a little different than most of the other places. And most fires, we are going inside. So we're going to try and stop it before it can destroy everything, right? So most people, insurance and everything else, it's not like in some of these other places where the government owns it, and if a fire just guts out a building, they just go in, clean everything out, and redo the inside of the building. Like, if somebody's home burns down in the United States, like, that's a huge loss, and the insurance is going to have to pick that up. Or if they, somehow have worked away from having that particular type of insurance, or the adjuster comes out and says, oh well, it's this or whatever, and it could have been prevented, or whatever, they can end up in financial hardship real quick based
That's
off
so
of that.
sad.
So
yeah, there's not much to rebuild most of the time is when houses
Yeah.
actually like really catch fire out here.
Yeah, usually when a house becomes completely smoke charged because of the poly products that we were talking about earlier, they're gonna have to pretty much gut the majority of the house and do it anyway, just to get rid of the odor, and then you have water damage and all the other stuff that's associated with it. So it can be a pretty catastrophic thing.
Oof, that sounds
I mean,
rough.
as a firefighter, every firefighter I've ever met, they have that. It's awesome to fight a structure fire. Like, it is a really, like, holy crap, this is freaking cool. Because you can kind of see and put some pieces together as far as stuff. But at the same time, like, none of us ever want to go on structure fires. Like,
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's because of what it does to the people that their house or their business burns down. Like, from our empathy side of things, like, we don't want to see people have that loss and have to deal with that. So
Lady over here said so much respect to anyone doing that job. She lost her friend Rick Wheeler, fourth generation firefighter, in 2015 to the Washington wildfire. Bravest person I've ever met. I miss him. That's so sad.
yeah, that's
People get lost, man,
yeah.
in the process of trying to do the right thing.
yeah, it's really
That's
it's a
so
tough thing.
sad.
So and as part of that, in this job, I've lost some good friends over the years. So it happens, as far as that. But like you and I were talking earlier, we all take an oath, very similar, whether it's police, fire, or emergency medicine, where like, we'll risk a lot to save a savable life. So, and if that risk means that it costs our life, then as long as we can make that exchange, then I think that it's kind of worth it, especially when we're dealing with kids. Kids
gosh,
are one
I
of those
bet.
where, like, if we have a possible rescue of a kid, like, it's a totally different thing. So we'll definitely hang it all out for something like that.
What does it feel like when the alarm goes off and they're like, fuck, we gotta go, like, shit's going down, something's burning up? Like, is it an instantaneous just like energy rush, where you're like, oh goddamn, like you've just been sitting around for hours not doing anything,
Yeah.
waiting, and all of a sudden it's like you're awake?
So since the camera can't really tell you how my size of me, so I'm 6'2" and 225 pounds, and I'm about average as far as a firefighter's size. So we all kind of joke and say that we're more built for comfort, not so much for speed.
So you're like moving as fast as you can.
Yeah, we can pick up heavy things and stuff like that. Like, we spend a lot of time in the gym and making sure that we're fit to do our job.
That's good.
But one of the biggest issues that we run into outside of the cancer side of things, from a male standpoint, is a large number of your firefighters have to inject testosterone as a result of that. So,
as a result of what?
The alarms in the middle of the night, the shitty sleep, everything else, like, it burns off your testosterone.
No
levels.
shit.
Yeah. So
Wow.
for the first 2 or 3 years on your job, it is really like, it's like that. Like, every time tones drop, you're like, oh my God, is it a fire? Is it a fire? And then when it is, you're just like, and the problem is, you can always spot the first couple people, or the first people that are like 2-3 years on the job, because they're the ones sitting at the front door ready to go in and fight the fire, and are so winded that you can't take them in to fight the fire.
Oh shit!
Like, they just completely burn themselves out before they even get in the door.
Man.
And so
wow.
So
That's
it's as time goes on, you learn how to kind of control your adrenaline. So
you got to save it for when you need it.
so
You don't want to just burn it
and the
out.
times that you need it is when shit goes sideways. Like, Other than that, it's a job.
So
Like
when
we
does
don't
that
even just
rush
do that.
hit you? Is it like as you pull up and you see the fire and you're like, here we go? Is it like that deep breath and all of a sudden there's just like that rush of like, fuck, okay, this could be it?
Yeah, I think so. In the early years of it, I think that it's just like the tones drop, and you've got multiple phone calls that have hit dispatch of a structure fire, so you know that it's burning, and it's not just somebody that called it in and it's a campfire in somebody's backyard type of thing.
Right.
So you know at that point it's burning. Your adrenaline goes through the roof. You're going through the motions. You get where you can see the header. You got this huge column of smoke. Like the whole rush just kind of builds and builds and builds, and catching a fire hydrant, making that connection. You run around the building, double check everything, get a good size up of it, and meet somebody at the front door. And by the time you actually have to force entry into the building, like you're done. Like you're just like, fuck this, I'm out.
Oh,
So
man.
so it's pretty, like you learn pretty quick how to kind of keep that under control.
Okay.
So when your adrenaline actually does, like if you there's a saying in the fire service, the best thing that an old firefighter can teach a young firefighter to do is how to become an old firefighter.
I like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So like we teach a lot of our newer recruits, like, okay, you've got to get this under control, like whether it's, breathing or whatever you need to do,
But
to
hold it
calm yourself
together,
down.
man. Yeah,
Because you can't like expend all of your adrenaline in the time before we actually have to do our job. Because if something goes bad, then you're spent. You're tacked out. Like you can't, if
And
part
it
of the
could take
building,
hours, too.
yeah, if part of the building collapses or you become lost or you fall through the floor or something like that where you're injured, like that's when you need adrenaline.
Yes.
You need that to be able to do something to help yourself at that point in time. And if you've, for lack of a better way of putting it, blown your wad before you cross the threshold, you're a risk at that point.
That's a fair point. It's not something I'd ever thought about before, but it makes so much sense. So over time, you learn how to handle your shit. You realize what it is that you need, which is your energy.
Yeah.
So after many, many years, you just kind of just roll into it like kind of another day on the job until there's something that actually like makes you legitimately
Yeah,
pray.
it's pretty tough to scare us. We don't scare easily. We're docile creatures. We're kind of like a beluga whale.
Okay, that's good.
No, we're just we don't get ramped up over like stupid stuff. Like we've just learned how to save it for when it matters, and But there is those times where you roll up on something that's burning, and you got dispatch saying that you have an imminent rescue, and it doesn't matter how many years you've done this job, like your adrenaline is dumping right then and there.
Because somebody's life is in your hands in that moment.
Well, and it's not just that, it's the even though we previously accept that we could end up in that position of giving ourselves for something else, for someone else, the thought process of that sacrifice is like it crosses your mind.
Absolutely. In that moment, you're like, this could be the
This
day
could be
that
it.
I do it.
Yep.
Oh. So that being said, with your fire science training, what kind of things do you assess when you get to a structure fire? What are the things that you look for and have to assess to know whether it's safe for you guys to go in, or like, because you don't have a lot of time. You just get this call, shit's on fire, you get there, and you have to very quickly decide what to do.
So the first thing that we look at is we read smoke. So what color is the smoke? Like how dark is it? Because if it's really dark, and we look at smoke as the same as fuel, like it's unburnt something. So it's basically blowing off creosote, and those particulates that are in that smoke column will catch fire. They'll burn. So we look at the smoke as far as the color. We look at how it is carrying outside of the building. If it's like supercharged and it's just pushing out massive amounts of smoke, then like we've got a problem. Has it ventilated already? Like, we've got a number of different things just in smoke that we're looking at. And then as we start approaching, we look at like a hydrant, like big fire, big water, small fire, small water. So it's going to tell us which size of hose we're going to fight this fire with. So we need to get a water supply, or whether we don't need to get a water supply. So we've got numerous things we're trying to think in that process. The officer on the apparatus is going to give a size up to dispatch and all the incoming units of what we're seeing. In the meantime, they're going to get out, walk around that full 360 of it. You're pulling hose and everything, getting it all lined up to go inside. And the person that does the walk around then meets you at the front door. You open the front door, or force it open, whichever it takes, and you go in. So when you go in, if it's burning good, you no longer can see. So everything that we do is pretty much off the sense of sound and feel. So
that sounds fucking terrifying.
Yeah. So
oh my
the area
God.
that we work in is temperature-wise between 1 and 200 degrees Fahrenheit.
No way.
Depending on kind of where the thermal balance is, the ceiling is usually between 1,500 and 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Anything that we do as far as the way that thermal balance kind of layers itself out, if we disrupt that, then we can end up with 2,500 degree heat coming down into the area where we're trying to work. So, which is a whole different set of problem.
Holy shit.
And then it's just like steam conversion. So we use, when we spray water, anything over 212 degrees Fahrenheit, boiling point of water, we start converting steam, which is 1,200 times the amount of water. So for 1 gallon of water is 1,200 equivalent gallons of steam. So,
whoa.
So steam usually is what puts out the fire. So
really?
Yeah. Yep.
Just kind of smothers it.
Cools everything, and its expansion ratio is just huge.
Wow.
So yeah, it's usually not a bunch of water to put out a fire initially, or at least get it under control. It may take a lot of water to put it out entirely, but usually the initial side of that is pretty much just But I mean, our gear is rated for 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit.
Jesus
So
Christ. Wow.
it's basically, at 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit, it'll burn freely, meaning that if fire touches it at 1,200 degrees, it'll sustain flame. But
1,200 degrees.
yeah.
My God.
So our face pieces,
pieces.
the lens on the SCBA mask, most of them, depending on the manufacturer, are rated somewhere between 280 to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, and then they start to kind of bubble. So,
Have you had yours bubble?
Oh yeah. We've had times where we've been in fires, and the air on our back is literally just air. It's like purified air. It's not an oxygen tank, but it starts getting warm, and it almost feels like humidified oxygen going in, like you breathe, and it's like super smooth and feels good in your chest.
Does it? Okay, it doesn't make you feel like claustrophobic.
Once you get in something that's too hot, it'll like change like super quick, and you're like, no, like trying to get back out because. But our gear gets hot enough on a real good structure fire. I mean, scientifically speaking, like our gear is designed to kind of puff up, which is why anytime that you see firefighters come out of a building, it looks like a bunch of fat dudes coming out of a building.
Interesting. So it just kind of fluffs up and gives a little bit of space, like insulation between you and the gear.
So it's like an oven mitt. Like the inside of it is designed like an oven mitt, where it kind of expands a little bit when it heats up. It's got basically a barrier, a moisture barrier, so any of the hot water as it converts to steam, if it comes back through our gear, it doesn't go into that padding area where it's protecting us.
Good.
So,
okay, that would suck.
And then the Nomex stuff on the outside that everybody that's what you're seeing is that Nomex is the flame retardant stuff. But if you walk up out of a structure fire, like you walk out the door and it's a really hot fire, like nobody touches anybody. Like until your body, your gear can kind of cool down for a second. Like you could walk up to somebody and pat them on the back and be like, "Good job," and it'll burn a handprint of where you patted them. Like it'll transfer that heat instantly. Like it's only like a first degree burn. Like it's not like a
but still
take
it's that
skin
fucking
off,
hot.
but you'll leave a handprint. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting. But as part of that, I mean, we've gotten really good at making gear. The companies that are out there, it's kind of like going back to the hazmat stuff. Like we figure this shit out, right? So we've gotten really good at making gear. And the problems that we run into with that is the gear that we have now allows us to go really deep into really hot fires. And so we put ourselves at a little bit more risk because of the gear, right?
That makes sense.
So
a little false sense of comfort there.
Yeah, we've got to kind of keep that in the back of our minds. So similar to, the statement of the wildfire thing, the fire shelters, they came out in 1974. There was no fire shelters before that. And when fire shelters, a means of a wildland firefighter being able to protect themselves, once again, it's that false sense of security.
Yeah.
So you end up with a little bit more bravado on some of the folks that are going into fire scenarios because they're trusting that their gear is going to protect them.
Right.
And we should be focusing more on teaching people how to read that so that they don't put themselves in the situation where the gear would have to protect them in the first place, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And so ultimately that's really kind of where fire science comes into play. Is we're trying to teach people as they come through this how to A, control themselves, and B, how to make good decisions at a second's notice to not get themselves so deep into something that they can't get back out.
Yeah, that's super fair.
So
we have a really good question here as well. So since you've also done wildfires, I Love Uncle Scar said, so I used to work in an industry where I covered fires, including wildfires. And one of the most common questions we'd get is about containment. Okay. Can you explain that for a bit for those who aren't familiar with containment of a fire? That's a fantastic question.
That is actually. So containment is typically associated more with wildland fire than it is structural fire. With hazardous materials, containment also would apply. But the biggest difference between containment and control is actually a very simple answer. So if we have a certain level or percentage of something that's under control, that just means that we have it in check. It doesn't mean that it's going to get away from us or not get away from us. It just means that we have it in check. If we have a percentage of something that's contained, that means that there is no longer a threat of that exceeding that boundary.
Okay.
So
it's out.
Yeah, so it's not going anywhere. When I did wildland fire, I worked all the way through the ranks of stuff where I did a lot of fire management. I ran a lot of incidents, was incident commander over a lot of stuff.
Oh, really? So you were making the calls and sending all the dudes to do all the things.
So I would actually, just for the sake of, hopefully nobody from the Forest Service hears this, just for the sake of finance and multiple other things, a lot of our bigger fires, we would wait till the very end of the deemed fire season to call them completely contained because it closes out your billing.
Ah, okay.
So if you had a small fire that maybe, let's say, somebody made a bad decision and a chainsaw got burned up, it's easier to send the bill back through on a little bit larger incident than it is that small incident.
Sure.
And when you're running, when the area I was working, I was commanding, depending on the day, somewhere between 5 to 20 fires in a 24-hour period. Like it was just kind of floating from one to the next to the next. So
really?
So it was really busy. I mean, I went days and days without, being able to sleep or ended up in a spot where, and that's as a incident commander in those type of things, you don't play by the same rules. With wildland fire stuff now, you have a work rest ratio of 2-to-1. That actually happened from the 30-mile fire up here in Washington, where just an exhausted hotshot crew, and they ended up with a lot of fatalities associated with that fire.
Because they just didn't have the energy.
Everybody was just tapped out, and
that is
so there was just
sad.
a lot of bad decisions made. And so they came back in and changed stuff. And this was when I first was getting into the fire service on wildland stuff. And so I hired in right as those changes occurred. And so it was kind of interesting to see that. But now there's a work rest ratio where all of your operational or combat firefighters are supposed to have a 2-to-1 work rest ratio.
So you got 16 hours on, you got 8
hours on,
hours
8
off.
hours off.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Makes for your 24. With structural firefighting, they do the same thing, except we're responding from a house. The department I work for works 48 hours on, has 96 hours off. So it all balances back out. Like there's times where we'll have 48 hours where we'll run 40 calls. And
with no sleep?
Yeah, you're just like getting your ass handed to you for 48 straight.
But how is that safe for the call you get at hour 46 and you haven't slept at all and you're trying to like save people's lives?
So here's the thing with that, right? So a lot of that, like I said, we screw things up, and as long as we learn from those mistakes and do the research, we're actually like pretty good. So the military did a big study a few years back where they looked at sleep deprivation in comparison to intoxication by alcohol. And they found that it wasn't until, and time again, they were actually able to show this through FBI research and, different case files and stuff where people had been running like abductions and stuff like that from law enforcement side of things, physically pushing themselves to that 48-hour mark. And the reality of it is you're pretty much good to go until you hit 48 hours. And then at 48 hours, like, it doesn't matter how, like, superhuman you are.
Your brain's like
you hit a wall, and it's just like, that's at that point in time, somebody that has been awake for 48 hours will hit a wall that is comparable to a .08.
No shit.
Okay,
so they've done the research and they said, we deem this to be safe enough for you to be able to function at your job.
And structural firefighting too, like we do have some downtime in most cases. Like we typically, we get time where we can watch TV and we can hit the gym and we can cook, and occasionally we do get those nights where we don't run a call and we actually get to sleep through the night, which is not frequent, but it's nice when it happens.
Yeah,
right?
when you do.
So, it's broken up enough that it actually, if they look at our productivity levels, in most cases, even working a 48-hour shift is like you're still hitting that 2-to-1 rest ratio, right? So you're working basically the same amount as you would if you were doing 16 hours and then having 8 hours down. It's just you don't have 8 hours straight.
Sure, you just get little bits, little cat naps here and there. Slam some coffee or something.
Yeah. Which we do. When we, so my assignment is I run on the hazmat and I run on a paramedic rescue quick response vehicle. Which does a lot of like we've got a pretty mountainous area in our response area, and we've got a lot of industrial and stuff like that. So we do a lot of the stuff that some of the bigger departments have squads to do. So we do a lot of the initial open water rescue, ice rescue,
ice rescue, that must fucking suck.
So it's actually not too bad.
Really?
Yeah,
you had to get in that cold ass water trying to save
but the suits that we have, it's not like the only thing really exposed is your face, and
the rest of it keeps you pretty warm.
Yeah, it keeps you pretty warm. So other than getting the occasional splashed in the face and realizing how cold the water is.
Sure.
It's not too
Okay.
bad.
All right. Well, that's
So,
good.
yeah.
That just sounds I don't like cold water. I
Yeah.
don't even like moderately cold water. I'm like a big pansy about I'm like, yeah,
If it's got a foot of ice on top of it, it's probably pretty cold. So.
Fucking A, I know. Seriously.
But yeah, we you know, as far as my assignment goes, like even with a lot of the stuff that we are having to do through the course of our shift, like lunchtime, you know, is kind of those sacred moments where it's like, you know, we've got an hour, so you hurry and eat lunch as fast as you can, and then kind of crash out in a recliner for 45 minutes, or, you know.
Yeah,
so
you got to take it
so
where you can.
You kind of get cat naps here and there, and like I said, you know, we usually during the night we'll get up once or twice is kind of our average, you know. So, but I mean, if imagine like being in the dead of sleep and having somebody like bang a trash can over your head, and then you get up and go drive around for an hour and come back and try and go back to sleep.
Yeah.
You're pretty much just like,
That sucks, man.
this, you know. So
And then especially too, like a bunch of random small calls that I noticed that the fire department gets called out for.
Yeah.
Which is something that I have a serious question about. Just last week at my job, we had one of the employees had a medical emergency.
okay,
So, I don't know whether it was alcohol, drugs, we don't know. The dishwasher was just like fucking out. So we had to call 911 and we're
Okay.
like, we need paramedics to come. This guy is unresponsive. We need help. Fire trucks came. There was a fire truck, an ambulance, and then some other kind of medical vehicle came. And I've wondered so many times, why don't they just send an ambulance with EMTs out, because this is obviously a medical emergency. Send a team of people. I've always wondered why they send fire, because I feel like running, you know, just the gas alone for a fire truck, you know, you don't get great gas mileage, and like taking the people that could be fighting fires or whatever and putting them in that position. Why do so many people get called out to a call such as that? Medical emergency.
yeah. So so the fire engine or the truck is going to be it's going to be your first responders, is what they're classified as. A lot of times, so basically east of the Mississippi and west of the Mississippi are very different from each other. So east of the Mississippi, very high concentration of volunteer fire departments. Most of the medical training that they have is not very high. They're basically responding specific to structure fires or grass fires, car fires, stuff like that. West of the Mississippi, a lot of the departments are hybrid departments, similar to like the one that I work for, where every single person on that department is trained in emergency medicine to some level, whether it be an EMT basic, advanced EMT, paramedic. Like they have some level of training associated with that. 85% of the call volume that occurs in almost every fire department is medical in nature. So we really don't respond to a whole lot of fire type emergencies. They come in a pretty steady flow, which is good, because as far as like the workload side of things, I've had shifts where we've had between 3 and 5 different structure fires in like a 24-hour period.
Whoa.
And I don't care how fit you think you are, like you don't have any more stores in your body left to carry your weight. Like you are just done, you know.
That's rough.
Like it's just brutal. And so and those are those type of moments when, you know, typically stuff like that, like, you know, the departments are savvy enough as far as like work rest ratios that we've had times where they've called people back. Like they've put it out like, you know, hey, we need people to come run calls for, you know, 2 or 3 hours so that these guys can crash out for a while.
Cool.
Like
That's good that
like they try really hard, you know,
recognize
and I
that.
think most departments are pretty much that same way. But yeah, I mean, medically, it's whoever can get there faster is, you know, that's what it's all about, because depending on the call, It's very similar to a house fire where every single second is going to count, you know. So the fire department will usually send an engine company for manpower and to get somebody there.
Why instead of sending an engine, why don't they have like the equivalent to an ambulance or some kind of medic unit where they send
So
the guys
the only
out?
problem with that is once that rig is out and staffed with those people, then who's going to drive the fire engine? So a lot of our calls come in when we're going from one call to the next.
That makes sense.
Right.
So if you need that engine, you got to
Yep.
hop in it right now and go
Yep.
to that.
Yep.
Is makes the most sense.
So
Okay.
and it's not that uncommon if we have like a fire engine that responds with us on a medical call. If a structure fire comes in the area, there's already now medical people there in addition to them, and so usually the captain will just ask, hey, are you okay if we take off and hit this, fire over here? So
So yes, if you have another call, then you guys can bail, and you know that there's other medical personnel
Yeah.
there. So that's why they send out from different
Yeah.
angles. That makes a lot of sense.
it's just
It
trying
really
to get
does.
it's trying to get as somebody on scene to deal with that emergency as quickly as possible.
I just
The
feel
other
like it's
side of that,
excessive sometimes because I'm
well,
like, yo,
it
it only
can be.
takes like about 2 guys to
Yeah.
like get this guy, slap this
Yeah,
guy
it
around, and try
can
to get
be.
him into the ambulance.
And if you're paying attention to it the way that you should, we cancel people all the time. So, like if my partner and I show up on a medical call and it's just the two of us on a paramedic rescue, we may cancel the engine company. Like we don't need 3 or 4 extra dudes right now. So a whole lot of nothing. Sure, we'll cancel as many people as we need to and just keep it minimal. But on the other side of that, like we want resources coming instead of having to try and dispatch and wait when shit hits the fan because we need those people there now, right? So
Yes.
like when we go on cardiac arrest patients and stuff like that, like it takes 8 or 9 people to run efficiently a cardiac arrest. Like it just
Really? It
takes
takes a
that many
bunch?
people. Yeah, because you have to be able to rotate people through on CPR. You have to be able to have somebody take care of airway stuff. You have somebody that's giving medications. You have somebody that's running a cardiac monitor. You have, somebody trying to get documentation, talking to the family, stuff like that. So there's a ton of stuff going on as far as that particular call, and that's like it takes 8 or 9 people to actually run that call.
Wow. See, this is so enlightening because I thought that it seemed very excessive, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, how would I know?
We try and balance it out the best that we can, but like, I mean, if it's you would want everybody and their dog coming as fast as possible to see who can get there quickly, and so that care can be established as fast as possible.
Sure.
And then, depending on the severity of it, we may not need an engine company or we may not need an ambulance. We've had calls where as paramedics we show up and we look at them and we're like, okay, this and this and this, and do you want to go to the hospital? No, I don't want to go to the hospital. Okay, cancel the ambulance. So we have a pretty good team integrity as far as kind of what we're trying to do and minimize resources being out of service because the calls they're still going to keep coming. So we don't want to hang out on scene for something that we don't need to hang out on scene
Sure.
for.
But you'd rather have more people than less
Yeah.
in case of
I
emergency.
can always ask for more people, but then I got to wait.
Yeah.
If I got those people there now, I don't got to wait for them.
It's
And I can
true.
always turn them away. And then if something changes and they're only 2 minutes away now instead of 5 minutes away, then I can turn them back around and they can come back, So it just
Well, that's
it
true.
gives more options in case something
There's
goes
probably a lot of
somewhere.
wasted time as well. So it's like, I don't know, poor drunken homeless guy on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And then there's like 7 paramedics. And then there's a fire truck. And then there's ambulances. And I'm
Well,
like, I feel like it's a little over dramatic right now, but it is making
a lot of
sense.
that comes down to dispatch, right? So we respond to what we're dispatched to. So if somebody does what we call a 60 mile an hour size up, and they're driving 60 miles an hour down the road and they see some dude sleeping on the ground, that call is going to come in as either a cardiac arrest or an unconscious patient. It's not going to come in as some dude sleeping on the ground.
So they'll make it seem like it's,
Yeah. So they'll call
more
dispatch and
crazy.
be like, "Oh, there's this guy who's unconscious laying on the ground and he didn't look like he was breathing. I'm pretty sure he's dead." And before you know it, you've got, a fire engine, a rescue,
And the guy's like,
this,
I'm fine. I'm
that.
just
Yeah.
wasted, dude.
And a lot of times that's
Fuck.
what happens is we'll roll up and like go over and kick the bottom of their foot and hey, and they'll sit up and everything okay? Yeah, just sleeping. Okay. And they'll cancel the assignment like it's not a big deal, like
Okay.
that's what we get paid to do is respond to
Okay.
whatever comes down the pike.
So it doesn't, I mean, just personally, is it irritating to you when you guys have to like go out and do a whole thing, especially if it's a long shift and you're actually like snoozing and then you have to go and kick a guy in the foot and he's fine? Like, is it irritating for you in the moment, or are you like, it's
I
okay because I'm doing my duty?
I get paid the same either way, so it's I mean
Okay.
it really doesn't bother me. I know that there's some people that they kind of get worked up about it occasionally, but from my standpoint, it doesn't bug me to.
That's good.
To
Because I feel like I'd be like, oh, what a waste of time.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of signed up to do that, right? So it was like I didn't go into being a paramedic and doing all the stuff that I've done without knowing that there was a possibility that somebody's going to wake my ass up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
For sure,
You know
for
what
sure.
I mean?
Yeah, no, you're
So,
prepared for that, but
yeah.
it just seems so wasteful of resources and things sometimes.
Yeah, we
when
try
it's, like,
we try our best.
small
to do that.
little things, which is
So.
why when I had the guy at my work the other day, in
Yeah.
that moment, I was like, why is this necessary? It's making a huge scene. I felt like we didn't need this many people
Yeah.
at all, and I feel like it's probably costing so many people so much money to do this thing, but it makes sense now that you're explaining.
And you think
why.
about like you and I were talking about this the last couple days and like pay. You think about what firefighters, police officers, EMTs make per hour in comparison to maybe somebody else. Like, I mean, for what your wage is paying for a nurse in a hospital, you're basically paying an hourly wage of 3 firefighters. Right?
Yeah.
Like, if you want to look at it from that,
Yeah.
I mean, like you're definitely getting your money's worth.
That's true. If you put it that way, yes.
You're definitely getting your
Yes.
money's worth.
No, that's
It's
sadly true.
I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where that's just kind of how that goes. But yeah, it's just I mean we all like enjoy it, but as far as a lot of it depends on kind of where you're at in the country, where you're at in a city, as to what that response matrix looks like. I know, like the area where we run, there's areas where if we get a call on something, that's an unconscious or an overdose or something like that, we may have like 5 cops that show up with us because that's just like it's not in a good neighborhood. And like we need to be able to
protection.
focus. Well, and it's not even as much that as we need to be able to focus on treating the patient, and we can't have something going on over here and still be able to do our job. So they're there to
Sure.
kind of make sure that all the stuff going on over here is still there and not here.
That makes sense.
So
Yeah.
so it just kind of depends on how that goes. But I mean, we've got a great relationship with like our law enforcement component. It's actually pretty cool because if it's set up right anywhere in the world, law enforcement, they're typically out and about, right? So it's more likely that a police officer is going to be first arriving on any medical call or any structure fire or car fire or anything like that.
Yeah, because they're just
Because
rolling
they're just
around
they're
anyway.
out and around, right? So whereas fire departments and EMS, like they're in a fixed station. So like for our response matrix, we rely on PD a ton to give us solid information over the radio as to what we're actually coming into because they're 99% of the time going to be the first on scene.
That makes so much sense.
know.
Yeah.
So we do rely on those guys and gals a ton to give us that information so that we have an idea of what we're going into. And the rest of the response matrix is kind of it's kind of based on facts, like those statistics, right? Like, are we in a high crime area? What's the nature of the call that we're responding to? Is it weird? Like, is it a weird thing? Like, they may send, way more police officers to a call that's in like a hoity-toity neighborhood for a stabbing, right? Because they don't have stabbings in that neighborhood.
Yeah, so what's
right?
actually going on?
So what the hell?
Yeah.
So they may have like, a whole crap load of cops that go in there with us to make sure that they don't have something weird going on, like a murder-suicide type thing, or, whatever.
What's the weirdest shit that you've actually experienced? What's some of the weirdest calls that you've ever gone on? Because I bet there's some really good ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I've gone on some, I don't know, the one that, so people always, when you have the conversation of being a firefighter, the one thing that always stands out in people's mind is what's the worst call that you've ever been on. I've had a few that have been pretty bad, and usually the worst calls that you have a tendency to go on in this job is going to be the ones that involve kids.
Yeah.
Weird calls.
Weird
I have
ones.
been on some.
I bet there's some good
shit.
weird shit. That's what I want to hear about.
So, well, I can't. It's kind of hard because we have patient information that we can't necessarily give out too much of, just in by some weird off chance that somebody's listening that knows somebody else that knew somebody once, right? But I have been on some of my most memorable have been psychiatric patients, where they've just kind of like gone off their meds and they say and do some weird stuff. I had a lady once that I convinced to take from a transfer on a hospital to a different hospital. She was insistent that she was not going to go. Her cat had given birth to a huge litter of kittens, and one of the cats had crawled in her mouth while she was sleeping, and she accidentally swallowed it, and like she was just freaking out.
What?
And obviously that didn't happen. So I told the lady that I convinced her to let us take her to this other facility because they had a CAT scan machine.
Shut the fuck up.
Not
Shut the
shitting
fuck up.
at
And
all.
she was like, okay.
Oh, yeah, she was,
okay, I'm in.
And she, straight up was like, oh, thank you so much. And like, yeah, I've had bees that have flown into vaginas and are trying to eat people. I've had impalements of plungers in people's asses that they slipped and fell on it. Slipped and fell on it.
Okay.
While in the shower, which I don't know. I don't shower with a
naturally.
plunger, right?
Oh my God.
So.
And it's just stuck in there? You can't pull that shit out
I ain't
of your
pulling
own
that shit out.
No, but they can't pull it out of their own ass?
No. Once it's up there, it's up there. Okay. And I'm not doing that.
No, hell no. You do not get paid enough for that.
That says MD at the end of that fucker's
yeah,
name.
Yep.
Not me.
For sure.
So, but yeah, vagina bees, yes. Dusty. So, let's see. I went on a frat party call where the dude was unconscious, and one of his buddies had taken a zoology class and had heard that the reason was unconscious is because of blood glucose issues instead of alcohol, and shoved a king-size Snicker bar up his ass to try and give him rectal glucose. Like I've seen some goofy shit.
So you got there was a Snicker bar, and they're like, yo, there's a Snicker bar in his ass.
Yeah, I seriously couldn't eat Snickers for like a year after that. I was like, no, which sucks because that's one of my favorite candy bars, and I was just like, no
man.
Candy.
I gotta give props for his homie, though, that did something like real fucking nasty to try to save the day.
That was definitely taking one for the team.
For sure.
Yeah.
Fucking shit.
On both sides, actually. So
yeah. Okay.
No,
this heart was in the right place.
Yeah, we've been on some shit where you're just like, I don't even know how that happened.
I need to hear about vagina bees, though. I need a little more clarification. So, that sounds real good.
Okay. So the vagina bees thing. So we yeah, we get called to a lady, and our entire crew like walked past the lady because she was like sitting on the couch in the front room and didn't say anything when we came in. Like we knocked on the door, fire department comes in, and we're looking at her. We're like, where's the patient? And she kind of looks back over her shoulder toward like the bedroom. And so we walk into the bedroom and there's nobody there. And we check all the other rooms. There's nobody there. So we come back and we sit down in front of her and we're like, hey, so are you the patient? She says, yeah. And so she's like, well, so I'll tell you the story. And I'm like, okay, why are we here? What's going on? And she says, well, so I was at this amusement park. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, I wasn't wearing panties. And I'm like,
Where are we going
okay.
with this?
and she's like, and a bee flew straight into my vagina and has been trying to eat me ever since then. And she's like going off. And the only fucking thing my captain did was grab me by the back of the head and shove my head down right toward like downtown Cleveland.
He did not.
Oh yeah. And he's like,
Paul, check it out.
You better get in there and check that out. And I'm like, you can piss up a rope with that plan, man. No way.
No fucking way.
No.
Oh,
way.
that's funny on him that he's like, all right, you're going in.
We're such
What
assholes
the
to each
fuck,
other.
dude?
It's amazing. Yeah, we are literally like the pranks are.
Oh my god.
Like there's nothing sacred at a firehouse. It's amazing. So.
But so at that point, what do you do with her? Are you like, okay, let's go to the crazy house and let's get you checked
well, come
out.
to find out,
Vagina doctor.
Yeah, come to find out, she was off her meds. We did a little bit of research. When fire and EMS shows up on a call, we like if we can't immediately address it and we recognize that it's something like that, then we don't leave the scene. We don't just leave the person behind, and we try not to take them necessarily to the hospital because then it just becomes the hospital's problem. So we'll usually try and figure out resolution as far as like, in our state, we have a lot of behavioral stuff. We've got a lot of clinical social workers that are kind of out and about. We actually, we have a clinical social worker that responds to psychiatric calls as part of 911.
Good.
So
that's great. I feel like we need more of that for situations like this because obviously it's not a medical emergency.
Yeah.
This person is having a mental.
So we
situation.
try to do a little bit better job of that. Like child abuse or failure to thrive calls when you go on somebody that's elderly. We try and address those issues without dragging the hospital into it because it just incurs a whole shitload of debt for the person.
That's true.
That they really. Either they don't have it or they're on state or federal funding as far as like Medicare, Medicaid. And
it's just draining the resources.
It's shitty on the system.
So you try to send social workers to deal with people and maybe help bring them into a mental facility? Or is it just to sit and talk with them? And
usually
be like,
they just come in, they'll
honey?
do like an evaluation on them and figure out what's going to be best for them. Most of the time, it's helping them get medication taken care of, or it's helping them with like an outpatient program.
That's good. That's good.
So we do try and do some of that type of stuff as well. It's it's kind of an interesting thing because here in the United States, like there was a big push with a lot of stuff involving like the PD side of things, right? Where it's like, taking money away from PD and investing it into clinical social work. And then they ended up with a whole mess of problems associated with that. Because, clinical social workers are not trained the same way that we are. So it's kind of been kind of an issue, but I think there's been a few states, Utah is actually one that has done a very good job of it, where they've tried to incorporate clinical social workers instead of replacing them, replacing like PD or fire with a clinical social worker. They're responding to the call with us to make sure that we're not leaving them in a very volatile situation.
Okay.
Right? So PD's kind of there to help maintain stuff as far as that security side of things, and the fire department's there to make sure medically that there's nothing that they're going to run into as far as that side of things. And usually they'll have a law enforcement officer stay with the clinical social worker as they go through that, just in
To have
case
their
there's
back.
something.
Okay.
You know, so
Because sometimes
so I think that there's
people having mental episodes can
yeah
lose
they
their
they can
shit
flip
and they
like
can
way
just
quick. Yeah, they
pop
can flip
off.
way quick. And so I think they're starting to kind of get a little bit of balance with that, which has been an interesting thing to see happen because I think that, in all honesty, like anything to do with public safety, it doesn't. Well, it's kind of the conversation you and I had the night before last. Is I don't think that there's anybody that goes into any occupation in public safety that wants to create harm to the public. Like, we get into it because we want to help, and we want to make a difference, and that's one of the easiest and best ways to make a difference is when shit goes south. And so just like with the hazmat stuff, it's trial and error, and as things go shitty, the best thing we can do is learn from it and try to figure out how to not make it go at least as shitty the next time.
Yeah.
So, so I think that it's good that we're starting to see, like, on the street, kind of the clinical social worker aspect.
I think it's great too, and it would be neat if they kind of made a different department that's a fusion where these people are trained with all the medical stuff, but they also are really, proficient in psychological evaluations too. To like, you guys can do a bunch of the stuff that you guys or the cops can do, but at the same time, you're kind of trained how to talk to people because sometimes it can be scary for people that are having emotional breakdowns when it's either you guys paramedics, which some of you guys I'm sure are much more eloquent and can be calm and talk, but some people you're not necessarily like all have to be people person and be really empathetic, like you're there to do the job. I'm sure a lot of people that work in medical are actually not empathetic just so they can fucking handle the shit that they see. So having people that are specifically empathetic listener people, that could really make a huge difference. But you also want them to be medically trained and be able to have the same access to information too.
Yeah,
so
for
maybe
sure.
that'd be cool. Fusion.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, going back to the beginning of all this conversation tonight, most of us have multiple jobs. And in all honesty, most of your psychiatric facilities, they love to hire law enforcement and fire and EMTs. I know when I was doing wildland fire, when I started my career, I worked in a behavioral facility. Like, I was a psychiatric
Really?
tech for like 4 years of my first part of my career.
Really? Oh, so that helps you greatly on
so
having
my
to deal with
part-time
people
job.
like
As a matter of
this.
fact,
Oh my
my whole
goodness.
plan was I was gonna go through and get my LCSW and be a social worker as, like, in addition to
Really?
the fire department, right? And then
Well, that's pretty amazing.
and I know, I mean, they're integrated in the system pretty well, at least where, I've worked in the past. I don't know necessarily here, but I do know that the areas that I've worked in, it's usually you've got somebody on the crew that they've got some sort of training in psychiatric emergencies.
I'm really glad to hear that because I'm very grateful to be a mentally stable person, but I've known some people who have really struggled and then just working out in the world and especially working at bars and stuff like that, you see people that just are not in touch with reality and it sounds so hard and almost like maybe not like scary frightening, but like emotionally frightening to deal with people that are just not fucking present and there's no reasoning with them. That sounds like the hardest part emotionally.
It's well, if anything, honestly, I mean, taking money away from agencies that are trying to make the world a better place, your public safety entities, is really not an awesome situation because the one thing that, like I was saying earlier, like, we're kind of jack of all trades.
Yeah, you
like,
guys
we're expected
really are.
we're expected to be proficient in fire suppression and hazardous materials and confined space rescue and water rescue and scuba and
See, I had no idea
mechanical
that you had to
stuff
do.
and-
I would just
Yeah.
think there was different
and
teams.
medicine and psychiatric and
All of
pediatric
it.
care and geriatric care and
So you should get paid for each of those fucking things. Like,
Yeah, wouldn't
God, the
that
fact
be
that you
nice?
have such a rounded.
so cumulatively
Dang,
between
jeez.
between medicine and fire and hazmat, I currently have just shy of 200 different certifications that I have to maintain. So
Seriously.
yeah. So
Woo.
and I'm definitely not alone in this industry. Like I mean, that's kind of the norm for a lot of people is to have, 100 or 200 different things that they are certified in that they have to kind of maintain. And, we have to have continuing education on those,
Yeah.
every single one of them, so.
So what's your favorite? What is like your favorite of all of the things that you're specialized in that you have to do? Like, what really is the coolest? Is it the radiation? Because you seem like you get amped when you talk
Yeah,
about it. But of all of it, like, what really gets you going?
I'm actually, my chief calls me an anomaly because I really like all of it.
That's awesome.
Which there's not, I've learned over the years that there's not many people that actually do. Like some people are super like, hey, I got to be the best firefighter in the world type thing. And some people are like, I got to be the biggest hazmat geek in the world. And then some people are like, I got to be the biggest medical geek. And I like meeting people and running calls and interacting and learning new stuff as it comes available,
awesome.
right? So I would say if you wanted me to pick like one specific thing, I'm kind of stuck with picking radiation really, because that's kind of where a lot of my proficiency over the years has come into play. That's where I've excelled, and obviously I've had some pretty amazing opportunities open up to me specific to that, and so I mean I'm super grateful for that. Like I
That's cool.
have 10 years ago I would have never in a million years been like, I'm gonna go hang out in Chernobyl and actually start taking people there and teaching classes.
No shit, right?
Like who comes up with that shit, right? Like no, like that's not that never even crossed my mind.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But it just kind of evolved, and you're rolling with it, and it's something that you love.
Yeah, it's been a real cool thing to do.
So when you were younger, when you were, teenager, early 20s or whatever, what did you think that you were going to be when you grew up?
F-16 pilot.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
My entire family is
Wow.
military. I am the only male in my family that did not join the military.
Is it because you were a punk and you were like, fuck that
I don't
shit?
know why you had to go there.
No, it's great. We're all punks here. I mean, shit.
Yeah, I was.
cool.
I was a drummer in a punk band. Had a big purple mohawk and nose and eyebrow and lip pierced and the whole bit, and was living the life. And
A true SLC punk.
Damn right. Yep. One of the people that like the movie was written about is people I grew up with. So
That's so cool.
yeah, so it was I had a lot of fun and experienced some cool shit, and started popping out kids at an early age.
How many kids do you have, Paul?
So I have 10. I have 10 kids.
What the fuck?
Yeah, well, the fuck was what actually happened. That's how I ended up with 10 kids. So,
Holy shit.
yeah.
10.
Not all
Okay.
from the same woman. Okay? Not all from the same woman.
You gotta spread that shit out. Spread
you get
the
even
gene
layer.
pool out.
Yeah, you can't just put the icing in the middle of the fucking cake. You gotta spread that
You gotta
shit
spread
out.
out. Yep.
right?
Good job.
So,
Good job.
yes, 10.
That's a lot. It's a really lot.
So, but yeah, so total. Yes, Roxy.
You've blown everyone's mind.
I know. Yeah.
But yeah, so when you were young, you were a punk in a band, probably thinking you were gonna do band shit. like that was
Yeah,
your
got
goal at that
got a
time.
recording contract actually. So, went in, did studio time, everything else. Found out some pretty shady shit about my band members, and at that point in time, I had 3 kids and a fourth on the way, and I was like, nope, not doing it. So, ended up walking away from the music industry as far as being a performing artist, and kind of got into a little bit of the production and lighting and stage sets and stuff like that.
Oh, that's fun.
So I did that for a little while, and then I kind of got away from that. I still get asked pretty regular to come back and play in other bands. I can't.
Because you have too many jobs. There's just no time.
It's, there is part of that, but it was just kind of one of those things where, like, now I do music for myself, and I teach my kids, like you've met my kids, all of them have a musical gift, and, so it's
just
like
that time is up for you. Like you just don't feel like that's what you need to be doing.
I mean, I've still got friends, and I've maintained friendships with people that are like super famous and rich and blah, 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 and they made it. Like they did that, they achieved that. That was their dream. It was my dream. It was just I was in not a good spot, and I had kids that I had to take care of and everything else, and a wife at the time, and I just had to make what I felt was the right decision.
Yeah, that's pretty responsible.
So
Roxy says 5 jobs, 10 kids, overachiever. If you ask me, save some jobs and kids for the rest of us, man.
Yeah, no shit.
And she wants to know what your band was called.
Darkest Night. Yeah. So, I played it. It was kind of a hybrid, kind of metal band, kind of hitting that side of things when metal and thrash kind of started taking off. So, but I've got, like I said, I've got great friends now that they're famous, and that's their thing, and we still talk. And
do you want to drop some of your famous friends? You can if you want to. You don't have to, but you're welcome to name drop if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I know a few of the guys from like Five Finger Death Punch. Dave Mustaine from Megadeth was actually the one who helped kind of get me out of the scene that I was in and stuff. Cool. So one of my kids, his middle name is Justice, and that is kind of hats off to Dave for his efforts with my family.
That's really nice.
Because his son is named Justice. And
which kid? Whose middle name is Justice?
Kai.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, love it.
So, yeah, I mean, I've kept in touch with a lot of these people over the years, and that's been cool. And it's great that they have had huge amounts of success, and they, like, when I come in town and see them, and they're super hospitable and treat me with a ton of respect, and
that's really cool.
So I don't, there's no hard feelings to it. For me, it was just the right decision at the time, and I have not ever looked back at that and felt like that was the wrong decision.
No, it had a place in your life at that time.
Yeah.
But then you changing careers, what was it that made you go for firefighting?
Over being an F-16 pilot?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm 6'2" and 225 pounds. I don't fit in the hole of an F-16.
Shut up, really?
No.
You need to be like a smaller person to... So you just physically could not do it. No. Did you think about doing like commercial piloting or anything like that too?
So the recruiter initially pitched that to me and kind of threw the idea of, doing like C-17s or something like that. Well, we do have big planes for big guys, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. So
okay.
I like things that go fast, get me airborne, get me in trouble. I like being in trouble.
Have you ever been able to fit and ride co-pilot or anything like that?
No.
Man.
But when I did Wildland Fire, I spent a lot of time as an incident commander working out of helicopters. I do spend.
That sounds fun.
I spent a ton of time in helicopters, and I have for years.
Flying them or just like riding shotgun?
Just riding shotgun. It's on the list as far as like wanting to fly a helicopter. I think that would be a ton of fun. I've definitely shopped around and priced it out, but a firefighter budget is not. I can't pay for $100,000 worth of school. So
To be a helicopter pilot, it's $100,000.
for the flight time and everything, for I could actually use it for something.
Oh
I mean,
man.
it's not that much, obviously, if I'm just gonna fly a little R-22 around town type thing, but
Like
yeah,
military hawks, basically.
like if I was to get my helicopter pilot's license, I would want it to be where I could fly like EMS flights and stuff like that.
Oh man,
So,
that would be fucking great. And is there any program, since you have all of these certifications and you've like such an old veteran in the field, like are there any people that would give you money to go to school for that, like a continuing education budget, grants, what have you?
Yeah, the honest to God is I'm sure there is, but firefighter, like it's so hard for us to just like accept defeat on something and accept people for wanting to help us, because like we're there to help everybody else. You don't need to help us.
But there's also something to consider, and I mean this in the nicest of ways. The older we get, the less ability we have to do very strenuous activities. And you are not very old yet, but in the next chunk of years, you're just going to be getting older and older. And are you going to be running into buildings at like 70 years old? Like maybe
I don't
you could
know.
fly
We
some
just
fucking
hired a dude. We
helicopters,
just hired a dude at my department that he's one of the fittest guys we got. Like, the dude's athletic as hell, and he's like 58. He's retired.
Okay, yeah, 58.
He's
I don't
retired
feel
from
like
the
that's
military and retired from police, and now he's taking his hand at firefighting. So,
which I don't feel like 58 is necessarily very old, but once you get to 65, you know.
when you get to 65, you should be sitting on a beach with a little drink with a little fucking umbrella in
you
it.
should. But is that
doing 16-ounce
is that
curls.
possible though? Like a lot of people don't have the ability
so
to.
here's it's fire and police, like one of our biggest recruiting tools honestly is retirement. Like, we've got the best retirement. Like,
that's great.
Retirement from the military and retirement from the fire and police departments is very similar. Like, you do your 25 years, 30 years, whatever your local retirement system has set up. You retire at a percentage of what you make for the rest of your life. If you're married and you die, your spouse gets half of that for the rest of their life.
Wow.
So it's kind of like, as far as recruitment, it's one of those where it's like, we're not going to pay you shit, but we're not going to pay you shit for the rest of your life. so
Okay.
I mean, it's
well, at least you have the option
least
of
there's
retiring.
something,
That's
right?
cool, because a
And
lot of
so-
other careers, like, you can't really retire necessarily.
and they have it set up where physically, like, if something happens, we get hurt on the job, then we draw a medical retirement and stuff like that. So
Okay.
So there is definitely some things as far as that side of it, but so there's we're not just completely like left out in the cold on stuff, which is good.
That is really good.
So but most of us, when we retire, we don't retire in the United States, so we go somewhere where currency exchange is a little better.
That makes sense. Yeah, because it's expensive out here for sure, and there's a lot of places out there that have way better exchange, but to be able to live somewhere permanently, most places you have to have a highly skilled profession.
Yeah.
Because I have looked extensively into moving elsewhere, and it's like, unless you have a highly skilled profession and you are hired by the country to do this job, like, we don't want you. So I wonder what kind of retirement
So
deals
if you look at like fire and PD in general, like one of my buddies I work with him at the state fire marshal's office, and he's kind of our law enforcement component of the office that I am associated with the state fire marshal's office back in Utah. The rest of us, like, we're not law enforcement officers, but we need to have somebody that can make an arrest, right? So, but he opened a catering business. Like, he's a cop and does his 4 days on the job and works his time and his overtime and does his thing, and then he caters, like, he runs like a smoker and barbecue
Cool.
thing and caters like weddings and all sorts
Oh,
of
that's
shit.
awesome.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
so like all of us, like we have those other skill sets. You know, you can't have 5 jobs that are all just fire jobs. Like there's not enough.
Yeah.
Like you
Plus, you'd burn out.
yeah, you would not survive that. Like it would destroy you. I mean, I had at one point 3 fire jobs all at one time. And,
Really?
Yeah, 1 full time and 2
What?
part time. And
Just at different stations?
oh my god, it sucked.
Good Lord.
Like I did that for 12 years
What?
where I had 3 fire jobs and it was awful.
Was this wildfire or like structure fire stuff?
So I worked for the state of Utah Division of Forestry and Fire for quite a while, and then I was working at the current department that I'm at and another department just south of where I'm at. And yeah, it was like I was, you know, I mean, my ex pointed out to me at one point, she's like, you know, she's like, you're gone for 22 out of 20, you know, on a calendar, 22 days out of a 30-day cycle where you're gone for 24 hours at a time, you know? So,
Oh, yeah, that
Yeah.
must have been hard, especially being a parent.
yeah, so.
You're a
it
parent,
was-
and like, how
and
do you
that's-
even have
yeah,
time to
and
do
that's-
all of that shit?
For me, that was like when I cut like my first one back. I was just like, nope, we're done. And so I got rid of my highest priority as far as demand of hours, part-time job. And then I just kind of found about 5 years ago, I was like, I'm going to do 1 fire job. That's it.
Good. But then you
Sorry.
have this super cool Chernobyl thing that happens. Is that once a year, twice a year? How many
I do it
times
once a year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
The
a
only
cool
reason I
thing.
do it once a year is because round trip ticket to Kyiv from where I live in Salt Lake is basically about $1,200.
No shit.
Yeah. So.
Have you tried flying into to London and then flying from London out there? Because it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah,
man.
I'm still trying to figure out, even though I've been out there multiple times, I'm still trying to figure out what the best path as far as travel goes, and it just kind of changes
Dude,
time to time.
I
Like,
would love to help you with that. That's like a superpower of mine. Like I actually,
really?
yes, like I'm looking to start like a little side business. I've been talking about it for years about doing travel planning, trip planning, and helping people find the best deals. Because I am like a whiz for finding like fantastic fucking routes. Because I'll check like 30 different places, and I'll be like, how about if we fly from here to here and here to here? And I love doing it. I'll help you out if you want.
That for sure.
I'll totally help.
I would be all about that because, like, I like to travel anyway, and I like going to different places. So
I'm on your
I
team,
try
man. I got you.
every time I fly over there. So U.S. aircraft are not allowed in Ukrainian airspace, so you have to
Ooh.
transfer.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. That's
I've always,
interesting.
I've always tried to find somewhere that I can transfer and have a layover of like
smart.
a day or 2
Yeah.
days or whatever.
London
So I can
for
go
a
check some
while,
stuff
for
out.
years, was the cheapest place to be able to fly into
Yeah.
from international airport. Yeah, but sometimes Amsterdam, sometimes Luxembourg, which I haven't been to yet. It just didn't work out that way. But
See,
there are
I've
some
done,
like cheap
I've done
spots.
London. I've done London and Amsterdam and Istanbul and Paris have been the ones that I've kind of. But there's so Denmark. Like last year, I was looking, and Denmark was pretty cheap as far as some stuff. And yeah, it's just you've got to get off from U.S. soil and land somewhere, and then as soon as you do that, like if you can figure it out where it's like you've got a couple days or whatever to
Yeah,
kind of check some
I
stuff
love
out.
layovers too. I love it. I like being able
I,
to do.
I like
separate flights
layovers
like
if
that.
I can actually leave the airport. Like that, I'm all about that. Like, get me out of the airport.
Yeah,
I want to go
yeah,
check
yeah,
some
yeah.
shit out.
Oh, for sure.
So-
Have a little bit of time. I love doing it. And
Yeah.
with Iceland Air, it's cool because you can do the Iceland stopover. If you use Iceland Air, you get up to 7 days to stay in Iceland for free because all of the layovers happen in Reykjavik. So you can stay for up to 7 days for no extra charge whatsoever. So that's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah,
you
you're
can be
fix-
like, I'm going.
You're fixing this here train wreck I got going.
Yeah,
on.
dude, I totally
it.
got you. And actually, I can help too with the customers that you have that are looking for flights to come out for your things. I could
that
offer
would be
services
freaking
for them
awesome.
too, man.
Yeah.
I love it. Honestly,
That'd be
I
awesome.
feel like it's so fun. It's like a Tetris puzzle.
Yeah.
And actually, my friend Charlie, I helped him out fucking big time. So he was like, I don't know. I want to go somewhere. I'm thinking about maybe going to Brazil, but I'm also open to other things. And I was like, let's look at the options. And I found him a round trip flight from here to Thailand for $414. And he was like, I'm going to fucking Thailand. I was like, you can spend $1,200 and go to Brazil because that's just what the prices are right now, or you can go $400 to fucking Thailand, man.
So I don't know where you've been the last like 5 years that I've been doing this shit.
Shit, I'm here. I'm here for you now.
Yeah.
And anybody out there in internet land that is interested in
Yeah, 'cause
helping
that's-
travel planning, I am your fucking lady.
That's
I
one of
can
those
help.
where that would have made a difference for sure.
I love it. I think it's so fun because I'm such a big traveler myself that I just dig around all the time looking at options for myself. And then
Yeah.
when people need shit, I'm like, people will be like, God, it's like $1,200. And I'm like, no, it's not. And they're like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
I fucking got you.
Yeah, I definitely will have to hit you up on that.
Oh, I'm more than happy to help because that is a lot. That's a fucking lot.
Yeah, it's traditionally it's been pretty expensive. I think I went over one point in time, and God, what was it? It was 2020. So yeah, doing international side of things as far as travel, like it was under $1,000. So
I have found some crazy fucking deals. I have found some, dude. We went to Finland. We flew into Helsinki, and it was $314, and it would have been $302 if I would have booked when I first saw it. $300.
yeah, I don't know.
It's fucking amazing.
We'll definitely have to talk about that.
Oh yeah, traveling is it's the best, and it's the hardest thing
Yeah.
since COVID has happened. Not being able to travel, it's like killing us.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, the one positive side for me is with the COVID side of things, like I still was able to travel, quite a bit because of
That's
teaching, so like teaching places, it's been very helpful because I can actually, I've not been in that. There's been benefits throughout the duration of being a classified essential worker,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, for sure.
So like it hasn't really, as far as the shit that we've had to deal with, like it's obviously gone through the roof. The calls and the acuity of our patients and stuff like that has been through the roof. We're just seeing a very different thing, but as far as like day to day, it really didn't disrupt as much as, which we all know that, like, as firefighters and healthcare workers and stuff, we all,
Yeah, you didn't get a fucking
like,
break.
we
going.
kind of got hosed on that side of it because of overtime and how much everything picked up, but at the same time, like, we still were able to continue on with some day-to-day life, which we
Yeah.
recognize that most people did not get that opportunity.
No, I didn't work for a year and a half
Yeah.
because I was fucking terrified about going into the service industry and taking the risks. And I'll tell you the honest truth, more so because I was afraid of contaminating Tavia than even for me and Dusty. Of course, we didn't want to get sick, but Tavia's lungs are so bad that I was like, I could not live with myself if I'm out working and I brought something back and
Yeah.
my fucking friend that I love dies in my fucking house because she can't breathe. Like, I can't handle that. Her lungs are so fucked up. She gets bronchitis every year. And I was like, we are locking down super hard just to maintain, like, her
Which is cool. I appreciate
safety.
you doing that for her. So
For sure. I love her so much. I was just like, we're locking this bitch down so hard. And all of us, like, we seriously went, like,
Turn the
hardcore.
key, light that shit up. We're locking
fucking
this bitch down.
We really did, because I was like, there's no room for failure with poor Tavia. Like, I can't have that happen. And actually, last year at one point, it wasn't COVID. None of us got COVID, thank God. But she had a really horrible asthma situation, which thank God one of our friends has a nebulizer and he was able to bring it over. But she was like panicked.
Yeah.
She could not breathe at all, and she was really like freaking out, and I was just like, oh my God, I just can't even imagine what if she got this shit and it fucking killed her, man. So she ended up having to go back to work before I even did, because unemployment fucking cut out on her, and she's like, I don't have a choice, I have to go in. It was scary, you know.
And on the other side of that, like we all, like police, fire, military, not so much, like because kind of the military side of things shut down a little bit, but police, fire, and EMS, and your nursing staff, physicians, like we all ended up being the guinea pigs for the vaccine because it's like we couldn't not work.
Yeah.
Like you can't say no. Like you took an oath that you're going to do everything in your power to maintain and continue down this pathway and do this job.
Did you guys get sick at all though? Did you get sick at any point?
Well, so I ended up with some like COVID-like symptoms when I got my second shot for like 3 days.
Okay.
Like I ran a fever. I think the highest point, like the first day, the first shot didn't do anything. Like I was just like, yeah, fucking piece of cake. And then the second one, like I was on shift when they gave them both, right?
What?
So
that's rude. They should give you your days off.
No,
dude.
it's like you're getting paid. Like this is the time we're doing this, right?
Okay.
So, but I was like up all night, and like I got it day 1 of our 48. And I was so thankful that it was like a Sunday and there wasn't shit going on day 2.
Good.
Because like I was done. Like I had a fever like 104.3.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like I was sick as hell.
That
and
sucks.
and they ended up having to. I just went in my room and crashed out, and the chief ended up calling somebody in to cover me because I was just like, "There's no way. If we get a call, like, there's no way this is gonna happen." Yeah.
And plus, they don't want a fucking paramedic who's like, and like, sweating and looks like shit. Yeah. Like that's the worst.
Like, oh god.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just the vaccine.
Yeah,
we'll be like, Jesus
I just
Christ.
got the vid for the day.
That would suck.
Yeah.
But
it was, but yeah.
For you being out there and being like touching people constantly and having to be that close to people, and then if there's CPR and like their breath is coming, like God, I'm glad at least that you're like protected more than you would be if you were just unvaccinated.
That's how you always tell the distance is you walk in and you lick them first. No.
One free lick
That's
with
terrible.
every purchase.
Nobody do that. Nobody do that. That's a terrible idea. So, but no, we all ended up like, it was pretty quick actually. They, they came out with the, use of the mRNA stuff, which they've been using for cancer patients for years. It's an immune booster, and so they give it to people that are in terminal cancer during treatment so that they don't get sick with pneumonia and stuff like that. So it's not really a vaccine by definition, but it seemed to work okay. And
if it's helping save lives, man, I'll take, like, you taking the risks to save people's lives. I'll take a fucking risk to save people's lives too, man.
On the other side of that too, I mean, we have had people. I got people at my work that still have not done it because their track record and their family history or whatever is just not congruent with them. Yeah, running that risk, right?
Yeah, some people have physical things that it's not recommended for them to do it. So I get that. And it's a choice. Everybody gets to make their fucking choice. I choose to try to err on the side of caution with that one. Like it's cool. We don't have smallpox anymore for the most part because people got vaccinated. So I'm down.
We don't have smallpox anymore. Period.
Yeah. See,
smallpox is the only place in the world that smallpox exists is in a lab.
So good. That's good. Yep. We gotta try to.
That's one of those things. Best, as far as a like a Seaburn dude. They have information that if there was ever one case ever of smallpox again that manifested, it was immediately listed as a pandemic.
Well, because
it's that contagious.
We can't take a fucking chance with that.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's that contagious, first of all. Like, that's kind of the benchmark that all biological agents are based off from. Is the spread of smallpox.
I find it crazy that bubonic plague still exists in very small numbers, but that there's still bubonic fucking plague. Like,
it's still out there.
I'm not a fan of that. I don't like that.
Well, I don't like it either.
That.
But...
Like Madagascar a couple years ago had a reasonable outbreak. a bubonic plague, and I was like, oh, here we fucking go. You know, it was before COVID. I was like, oh no, dude.
Well, but that side of things, that's more like you look at the time frame when the plague was going through, and like people lived in filth, like they were not clean.
Yeah.
You know, so that particular thing like spreads pretty good as far as like areas and regions that are not real
for sure
good as far as
with rats and the fleas on the rats and the whole thing. It's like I'm glad I don't live in rat infested, flea infested regions.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Well, at least right now anymore.
I know.
Like you moved away from New York, right? So there you go.
Dude, fucking
rats, fleas, and ticks and all that.
Fuck, yeah.
You know,
yeah, there's
cockroaches,
definitely
all that. So
that's not good.
But no, I mean it's been a hell of a ride.
It's been quite a ride, and especially like for everybody in the medical industry, I really appreciate it.
Dusty has a good point.
Yes. Yep. The old Edinburgh way, where you just toss
it. We don't dump our shit bag out on the street.
Yeah, loo-de-loo. Yeah. Whatever. Just
beep. Yikes.
Yeah. So, look, I mean, we're going to good places.
Our hygiene level has increased.
Thank fucking goodness. Yeah. But good. This is such an awesome conversation. I'm really glad that you wanted to come on and tell us like all about all this
absolutely.
Fucking
awesome
information.
I appreciate you inviting me to do it. It's,
absolutely.
You know.
This was great.
It's one of those where, I mean, I don't get asked very often to really, like, talk about past and kind of where a lot of this stuff kind of comes from and all that.
Yeah, it was cool. Like, I'm like, you're a very interesting person. You have so much unique knowledge, and you have so many interesting parts of you too. You know, like being a fucking punk and being in bands, and then all of a sudden you're like fighting wildfires, and then you're like doing Chernobyl shit. It's like, wow, like what a interesting individual. You know, there's nobody like you out there. That's for sure.
I got a couple exes that are probably thankful that there's nobody like me.
That's why they're exes. They don't get it.
So
does anybody have any questions before we raid a channel? Let me know if anybody out there has any cool questions before we go. And are there any other photos that you want to show before we fucking wrap?
Let's see. We can do this. Let's see. Here's this is one that I was showing Sammy earlier. So this is right there. So this is inside one of the high schools in Pripyat. So just kind of a random little picture. We got this kind of cool cash register and all this other stuff. And then we zoom in, and all these things that are random back here are all gas masks.
That's so
which
crazy.
Kind of the interesting
pile
which kind of the interesting thing about this picture that my buddy Nikolai pointed out to me is they did not use any gas masks in that time frame because they wouldn't have done any good anyway.
So where did they come from? It's like a mystery.
So it was actually like civil service stuff where they had this stuff just stockpiled in the schools. The USSR had put all of them in there. And as the stalkers found out that these gas masks were there, they started raiding the schools and stealing these gas masks. They'd open all of them and throw them in the middle of the room and steal the containers because they were like a container that attached to the mask. And the container is, the filtration system in the container is made out of 24 karat gold. So they were robbing them for the gold.
No,
so there's gas masks all over Chernobyl area.
What?
And it's all just because of them stealing the gold out of that shit.
Because they just had them on hand because of wartime shit?
Yeah, well, they were super afraid that the U.S. was going to blow them up, and we were super afraid that we were going to get blown up by them. And
so they just went through, took the fucking canisters out, and just chucked them all in a pile?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Honestly, it had nothing to do with Chernobyl itself. This is kind of a cool picture. So this is a pathway in Chernobyl City. These signs that are white. So every town or village that you go into has a sign that is basically identifying that. And on the back side of that, they have a line run diagonally through the back of it that says you're leaving that city, right? So as you're leaving and you look in your rearview mirror, you're leaving the city. With these, this line represents every town, city, or community that was evacuated associated with Chernobyl.
Whoa,
So
that's a lot of signs,
Yeah,
man.
there's-
So they just got everybody the fuck out for a long area?
So there's over 200 towns, cities, and villages that were evacuated. And out of that, if you go further down the line, you can't even see it. I mean, there's so many signs, right? But if you go further down the line, the signs turn black in color. So these are all towns and villages that they have said from the time that Chernobyl happened to somewhere under 400 years that they can repopulate these towns and villages. The ones that are black are 4,000 years. So they're considered completely uninhabitable for 4,000 years. So there's like an entire area of that they've just basically said, and Pripyat being one of those places where
Like
they
it's
just
done.
said it's
stick
dead.
a fork in it,
Yeah.
it's fucking
Yeah,
done.
they've said that it's just dead. There's
my
no
goodness.
chance that for the next 4,000 years people will be able to live there.
Whoa,
So
dude. 4,000 years. Good
4,000
job, human
years.
assholes.
So
Making bad choices.
so this is our last little group of people. So this is so this guy here is one of the state fire marshals for the state of Utah. There's my friend Holly, me. This is Lucas. He's the one who runs Dogs of Chernobyl, my captain, and Nikolai. So the last group that we had was not a big group. And most of the people that are in this group are instructors. Like we all just hung out there for an extra week.
Oh, cool.
So,
Look at that building behind it.
yeah.
It's
So the
amazing.
building behind is the church in Slavutich.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So as they went through and they built Slavutich, they had all the plant workers and everything from Pripyat that populated Slavutich. And Slavutich is an interesting city. It's the newest city in what would have been USSR. And when the accident occurred, they brought in 12 different provinces that made the USSR. So like Leningradsky and all that kind of stuff is all represented. So they hired the biggest, best contractors to come in and build a portion of this city. And so every single section of this city is built by some completely different architectural.
Interesting.
It's really cool. So like it's not a huge city, no crime. They've had one murder in the entire time. The city was built in 1987, and they've only had one murder there the entire time.
Really?
And it was like a dude that caught like his brother-in-law or something in bed with his wife. Total crime of passion. So like there's like you'll see a police officer like once or twice a day in Slavutich. It's just part of them driving around and hitting local towns and villages.
Interesting.
Like they
What a
self
nice,
patrol.
peaceful little place.
Yeah, they self patrol. So all the babushkas, you don't fuck with the babushkas.
Oh shit! It's like Crime Watch, Babushka
It
Crime
is.
Watch.
It
Oh
is.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
you
like you get some little punk ass kids or whatever doing some stuff, and a babushka will take their wooden cane and just knock the shit out.
I
of them.
love it. I love
It's
it.
actually pretty funny to watch.
That's hilarious.
So this is the claw of death. So this claw was used for cleaning off all the stuff off the roof. So bombardment of electrons is kind of an interesting thing. So this is steel. It's hardened case steel. The tips of this claw, as we took readings and everything on it, the very tip of just the tip, okay, of the claw is actually plutonium. It's bombarded with enough electrons that it's converted it from steel to plutonium.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That can happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of like decay, like I was explaining to you the other night, like decay of a radioisotope leads it to become other things. If you bombard it with electrons, it'll do the same. Like you can have radioactive gold or copper or whatever.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
That is fucking crazy.
but yeah, it's actually changed the element. So let's see.
That's fascinating. I did not know
So
that.
this is a piano that was
that's
in.
a really cool shot.
Yeah, that was in the hospital. The hospital where they took the firefighters that were dispatched to this. We sent our last group. We sent them on a mission inside the hospital. We knew roughly the location as far as the floor of where the firefighters were treated. On this same floor is where the NICU for the facility was. So these are all just little bassinets. All this stuff was evacuated
that's spooky looking.
in 72 hours. So,
And it looks, in 35 years, it looks like this. Like,
Yeah.
it looks like it's been sitting there for 80 years or
yeah.
something.
Well, and a lot of that has to do with radioactive decay. So,
Causing the paint and the different,
yeah. So as you go,
materials.
like, I'll show you a picture of like one of the firefighters' boots that they didn't make it all the way into the basement with, and so this is the operating room in the OB. So basically, you've got right here, you've got like the little pregnant lady and all that kind of stuff.
Spooky. Oh, man. Yeah, Roxy says that's haunted as fuck.
Yeah. So this right here is one of the rooms that the firefighters were taken care of. You can see how the paint is like completely coming away. So we went through and we actually surveyed these mattresses that had been taken off the bed. Holly ended up finding one of the bandages from the firefighters, and like the readings we were getting off from it, even after 35 years, was like pretty significant. It was not hard to find the 3 rooms that they were treated in. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
Here's for all you Call of Duty folks. There's your Ferris wheel. So there's your Pripyat Ferris wheel.
It's so neat. You get to like walk around the hospital and go scan bandages and stuff.
Even though
like
we're
this.
not supposed to.
Oh, really?
We still do, yeah.
What are you not supposed to do? Not be in that area?
Yeah, the cops will kind of freak out.
Oh, you're breaking the rules. See, you're still
Yeah.
punk after
So
all.
they tell us that it's strictly forbidden. And I taught Nikolai that it's actually called shady shit. And so he got really excited every day when he's like, "We gonna do shady shit today?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're gonna do shady shit today." Fuck yeah, we're gonna do shady shit, bro.
I love it.
So these are those 55-gallon drums that they store this stuff in.
Oh.
So they put like basically the concrete cask that they put them in. It'll hold 8, and it's just a big, huge chunk of concrete, and then they take it and do their thing.
I'm surprised you don't have the radiation symbol tattooed on your fucking arm, man.
I will soon.
Cool.
So,
So perfect.
it's on my next tattoo.
Awesome.
It's actually scheduled.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Called it.
I go in.
Is it going right here?
I go in every 2 months and get work done. So.
That's fucking awesome.
Let's see, what else have we got here?
God, I'm so glad you're showing all these photos. This
Oh
is
yeah,
really
here's middle of the red forest. When the fire engine quits running, they just leave that shit.
Oh, damn.
So that's a fire engine. Their fire engines now are actually the exact same model of fire engine.
Oh.
They didn't change any of that. So when you
shit.
go into the area, it's actually like everything's super nostalgic and cool.
Dusty said, "Are you getting a glowworm tattoo? Because you should."
Get like a tequila worm that's all glowy and shit.
That's pretty cute.
Let's see, what else have we got here? Oh, yeah, so I wanted to show you this. So this is interesting. This is in the Jupiter factory. So this is one of the boron pieces that they use as a mediator for fissile reaction in the reactor. And this is one of the graphite tips that they used to put the rod into.
Oh, okay.
So
that's cool.
So they had these actually just kind of sitting. So the Jupiter factory still was running for quite some time, clear into the late, I think it was like 2007 is when they finally kind of closed that late in the game. So
Interesting. That's neat that they have that so you can actually see.
Yeah.
Like, this is the graphite.
this is where they used to store some of their core samples. So you can see that it's all labeled with radiation.
Fucking cool.
What's crazy is these little containers, they would put a core sample in, and the numbers, you can't see them, but the numbers were freaking insane. Like if we respond into something and we've got something labeled as like, 2 becquerels as far as the actual mass volume of this. Like we're sitting there going, yeah, that's pretty cool. They had shit that was like 25 becquerels. Like it was crazy, some of the stuff that they had in those. Let's see.
That's a cool photo,
shit,
too.
what did I do? I did it. I broke it.
I don't know. Hold on, we're gonna do that real quick. So real quick, while I'm finding this back again, Dusty had a really interesting question.
Okay.
As a man who does terrifying jobs for a living, what actually scares you? And
What
I think
actually
that's a fantastic question.
What actually scares me? So I don't scare easily by any means, but man, like I think what actually scares me the most is the moments in time, like we've kind of filling you guys in on a little bit. We've had some conversations about like survivor's guilt and some other stuff, and some of those calls that I've run where I've had to experience survivor guilt is like, I think probably what scares me the most is the inability to be able to show up and make a difference when I need to, like falling short. Like that's what scares me the most is those moments where you fall short, and and they do happen, and they're super scary, and they fuck with your head for a long time, and yeah.
You strike me as the type of person that always tries to do your best, though.
Yeah, I do. And as far as just general fear, this is going to sound really dumb. So I was a truckie for a while when I got in the fire service, meaning that I worked on a ladder truck. And I am scared of heights.
Oh, shit. So you had to climb up all that
So climbing
shit?
a ladder, like, here's where my fear of heights kind of comes from, is if I can feel it. So once I would get past the first fly, climbing a 105-foot ladder, at that point in time, if I fall, I'm going to die or just wake up in the hospital and be a mess.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to feel it, if that makes sense. So my fear is actually like being able to feel that pain.
Interesting. It's not the fear of death.
It's not the fear. It's not the fear of that. It's
feeling the pain.
Feeling the pain. Yeah.
Interesting.
So anytime I climb a ladder, I had to look at the very tip of the ladder until I could get where I could transition between the first and second fly, and then after I hit that second fly, I was, high enough off the ground that I wasn't going to feel it anyway. So
That's very interesting, because I would be like fear of death.
Yeah. So
this is not big enough. I don't know why this isn't biggering.
So
it's not biggering.
It's not biggering. It's
not
fine.
Biggering.
It's probably fine.
All
right.
Is
So
it gonna show big enough?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta turn that back on. Hold on.
Okay.
Right over here.
So we're coming over here and turn that back on.
Okay. Cool.
So this is called the Golden Corridor, and this is a hall that runs from reactor 1 all the way to reactor 4. And it's called the Golden Corridor because they use like this really shitty brass on the walls, and then because it's easy to decontaminate, and then the tiles are kind of unique and weird. So there's that.
Definitely very like haunting looking.
Yeah, kind
ominous.
of a weird thing. I don't want to accidentally fuck this up again. Okay,
yeah, I don't know what happened to it. It's weird.
So this is reactor 3. This is the biological shield. So you can see this is that 50,000 ton piece of metal.
Oh yeah.
So this is all of us standing on top of that, and you can see how massive this thing is. Like, it fills the whole room.
Yeah.
Like, it's,
and that bitch just blew off on the reactor
for 15 seconds. 15 seconds it was suspended in air.
Oh.
And then I want to show you this. Show you a couple pictures here. So this.
Oh, that's the same one.
Damn it.
Yeah, it made it so small.
Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh yeah, so they got, for you art folks, they got like spray paint art all over the place.
Oh, cool.
Or like some little random alien that somebody threw in the mix.
That's awesome.
They've got some pretty cool graffiti stuff. So this is one of 2 statues in Ukraine of Lenin. So after this all happened, so Chernobyl used to be called the Vladimir Lenin Nuclear Power Station. When the event happened, they just blamed it on the nearest town, which happened to be Chernobyl, because that's kind of where a lot of the people.
That's craziness.
So they ended up calling it Chernobyl. So Chernobyl City. So Chernobyl itself is not even in. So their counties or states are called oblasts, and Chernobyl is actually not even in Chernobyl Oblast, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, that is.
But they just named it after the city because Lenin didn't want his name attached to it. It was like bad media.
It's cool that they were able to just snatch that so fast and change that.
Yeah, like it ended up being like instantaneously. So they started working on reactors. So the initial plan was they were going to have 12 reactors and be able to basically power all of Ukraine with just this one power station. They were working on 5 and 6 when the explosion occurred. This is the cooling tower for reactor 5. So,
wow.
So you can see that there's still scaffold and everything up here. So that's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's
and
fucking
then
huge.
I know I put a picture of it in here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, right here. So this is inside the cooling tower. So somebody came in and rattle canned a picture of a liquidator and the concerned look on his face.
Oh. Wow.
So this is actually inside the cooling tower of reactor 5.
No shit. That's amazing.
Yeah, just like random art. There's like random art all over the place.
I love that there's random art. I love that.
And then I just wanted to show you guys real quick. Like there's so many pictures I could show you guys. It's ridiculous. So this is how everything grows. This is concrete.
What?
Like
That's concrete?
Yeah, this is a concrete floor inside of Pripyat. And like it just
moss growing all over
everywhere.
The whole thing.
Yeah, like everything is just super green.
Wow.
So like, even considering like all of the stuff that's happened, like I said, Mother Nature is going to reclaim what's hers, right? So like, I mean, everywhere you go, everything is just super green.
Wow.
But
that's really interesting.
And then here is. So this is Chernobyl, and I can't say hypothetically one way or the other. The only way you could take this picture is from on top of reactor 5, either physically or by drone. So, and I'll let you make up your mind which way that was done. But yeah, so we took this picture at sunset. I thought it was kind of cool because you had kind of the light strike through there, right?
Yeah, that's
and
beautiful.
It was like right behind where the reactor sits, so it would have been very similar to like what the explosion would look like, right?
As soon as you took that, you're like, nailed it! Boom, fucking awesome! Yeah. Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. So.
Wow, fucking beautiful.
Yeah, it's
Ukraine's
a gorgeous country. I would encourage, even if you don't have a desire to ever go see Chernobyl, that's fine. But I would definitely encourage you to go to at least 3 places in Ukraine that I would recommend. Is Lviv, which is over on the the western side of Ukraine. Kyiv, which is more on the eastern side of Ukraine. And Odessa, which is down on the western or the southern side of Ukraine. So
I can't wait to go. I've been wanting to go anyway.
All 3 are amazing cities.
I want to go
Kyiv is the 8th largest city in Europe, so very heavily populated. But it's the architectural stuff is crazy. The USSR, their design of cities is actually quite impressive. Their biggest push was pedestrianism. So everything for the entire city is built in the middle of the city. as far as like markets and everything. Like anything that you want to do is in the middle of the city, and you are encouraged to walk there. So
That's awesome.
yeah, so it's really like it's pretty cool. So anyway,
Rox has another
Rox has a question.
What's your question? Tell me your question. I can't wait to go. I'd really love to go.
Yeah, it's
to Ukraine.
It's an amazing place and an amazing people. So
And you know that's where all my dad's family comes from. So I feel
that's what
like
you're
I
telling me.
feel like I like owe it.
You're
go.
going home. Yeah,
Yes,
you're going
back
home.
to the motherland.
You're going to the motherland.
Which is Mother
Oh,
Russia.
here, I got the
but
picture
not
for you
Russia.
right there while we're waiting for Roxy to
Okay.
do that. Here you go. We'll close it out with this bad boy right here. This is the entry to Kyiv. The motherland statue.
That's awesome.
Welcome to the motherland. It's like their Statue of Liberty.
Fucking
It's
yeah.
fucking huge. Yeah.
Holy
It's fucking
crap.
huge, man. It's fucking huge.
Okay,
Let's see, this may
so
sound like a strange question, but does high radioactivity affect regular electronics? Oh, you must have missed that part. So, yeah, when we take people in under the arch, so there was an area, a 12-foot area that they could not enclose in the sarcophagus initially because it was too highly radioactive. So the way the arch is set up is it kind of rebounds that gamma radiation. And so we'll send people on a walk from one side of the arch to the other, and we tell them basically walk slow, and then when you get in front of the sarcophagus, walk really fast, get to the end, turn around and walk really fast all the way back, because there's a 12-foot section that basically is still exposed to the reactor core. When you go into the arch, it kind of depends on what phone you have, and it depends on what camera you have. You can take pictures inside there and it's fine. Just know that you're probably going to have to, if you're doing it by camera, it's probably going to have to be through the sight glass, because the LCD screen won't work. So there's too much radiation inside there for LCD screen to function.
that's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So we had most everybody that had an Apple, like an iPhone, or they had like a Samsung Galaxy or something like that. They were totally fine. Like there's pictures on Chernobyl's website of me taking a picture of the sarcophagus, and I have my thumb out of my glove and I'm taking that picture, and my phone screen works just fine. I'm a Samsung user, and so
too.
that's kind of,
Samsung.
that's kind of, it worked okay. I know the iPhone people, they didn't have any problems, but we did have a couple people that were like, Amazon special, Google phone, whatever.
The shittier quality ones.
Yeah, and
man.
their screens would not work. So they were, at that point, they were just relying on everybody else sending them pictures. So
That sucks. That sucks for them.
yeah.
Like I should have just got the damn Samsung or
Yeah.
whatever. Oh, that
Yeah.
sucks.
So.
And then the robots. You're talking about the robots just going
so the
kaput
robots,
too.
well, and the arch. Here's an interesting thing about the arch. So they spent, millions and millions and millions of dollars building the arch to be able to do the safe confinement system, knowing that, like, they set it up with cranes and trolleys and everything else so that they can disassemble all this stuff and clean this stuff up and process it. And this arch is like state of the art design, and they built the damn thing on Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi doesn't work in radiation. And so they didn't think about that until after the fact, and then they put the arch over everything and the crane wouldn't work, and they're like, shit.
Dude,
Yeah.
come on. Did they not have engineers who are trained to do this stuff?
And the arch is like literally this, like, it's a amazing creation as far as engineering, but they just overlooked that they needed something different. So it took that.
It's funny.
It is funny, actually. The Ukrainian people were super pissed, obviously, but they did get it fixed.
So it's not one person fucked this up. Nobody else thought of
An
it?
entire team of people that, like,
Oh,
as far as a feat of
my
engineering,
God.
they were like, oh my God, we've got this great idea. It'll work. Like, and I mean, they felt good enough about it that they literally put a 150-year guarantee on this arch, where it's like, we promise, guarantee, 150 years, this thing, no worries, no radiation issues, on and on and on. Well, they held true to their guarantee, but they didn't. I mean, yeah, their crane didn't work. so they had to go in and fix that.
Fucking goobers.
Yeah.
That's so ridiculous.
So the first time I went over there, they were actually in the process of the company fixing that, and it was kind of a sore subject. You didn't want to bring it up if you were in there with any of those people because they were still a little butthurt about it. But no, it was something that they were able to fix, and so they ran into an issue with that, the crane and the fire suppression system. So took them about 2 years to get it all hammered out.
And then they'd have to wire everything, so they had to go in and wire. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oops, won't make that mistake again.
Yeah,
huh?
well,
I mean, it's unique circumstances, but when you're making something so important under unique circumstances, like somebody's got to be there to think of all the details.
For sure. And I think they thought of all the details pretty well. It's Chernobyl's been such a great learning experience for the scientific community because it is we don't know how Wi-Fi per se is going to work or Bluetooth is going to work until we put it in that situation, and so they're kind of like, okay, well, this plan should work, like everything that we have should work, because Wi-Fi, like if you take a phone that's connected to Wi-Fi and put it next to a radioactive source, it'll still stay connected to Wi-Fi, right? So as far as the theory behind it, I'm sure they were very confident that, okay,
sure, okay,
this should work. And then when they got it in place, they were like, oh shit, this didn't work. So it took them a couple of years to run all the wire and everything and get all that taken care of, but the crane and everything is operational. So
that's funny, just those little,
as far as like Chernobyl trips, basically my contact Nikolai over there, we kind of both feel at this point in time, it's not the radiation on the trips that we take that is going to create problems to you. It's the OSHA stuff. It's the trips, slips, falls, things like that, So we figure we've got probably 10 years that we can continue to do this for people. And after that, it's probably not going to be safe to take people over there anymore.
It's just decaying so much more.
So Hotel Policia, which is where they did a lot of the organizing stuff, flights. It's the biggest hotel in Pripyat. They were on the rooftop of the Hotel Policia quite a bit. It actually, my friend Nikolai sent me a picture. One of the main supporting beams of the roof has collapsed about a month and a half ago. So it's starting to come down. And so we're just
time is limited for people
really
that actually really want to go safely.
Yeah, it really is. Shit. So the closer we get to that 10-year mark, like the agreement that he and I kind of put on paper was basically that we would run people over for the next 8 years and feel pretty confident about that. And then at that 8-year mark, then we'll take a closer look at what the infrastructure looks like. So they've had school number 2 in Pripyat has a third of it has already collapsed.
Oh,
it's,
man.
So it's kind of one of those things where the sooner that you can afford to go over and see those things, the better, because it's not going to be around for too much longer.
No, that's fair. I really do want to come.
Yeah.
I really do want to do it. I'm extra more inspired. I wanted to go anyway, but now I'm definitely more inspired. Yeah. And I think it would be awesome to go with you. You could teach so much about that place. That'd be super cool.
Well, I'd pull you under the old chicken wing and take care of you.
Show me the ways.
Show you the ropes.
Let's do it.
And hey, Roxy, just for you, I have a tendency to have been informed of where you live. If you go to the Nuclear Science Museum that is over by, I don't know if you know where Tupac got shot, but if you have not been there, go there. They have a really great nuclear science museum for The it's based for what do they call it now? The National Nuclear Security Site. So if you go over there, there is a guy named Ernie Williams, and he is the guy who has been doing this for the last 60 something years.
Wow.
So I would definitely go and check it out. It's pretty cool. They'll take care of fixing you up with all your needs for Area 51 and all that stuff.
Interesting.
It's fun. I think it's like $20 to go through it. And
What's the name of the place again?
it's just called the Nuclear Science Museum.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. So,
I didn't even know that
so they
was
have
a thing.
one. They have one in your hometown, Roxy. They also have one in New Mexico, because the very first nuclear test that was actually performed was White Sands, New Mexico, at the Trinity site.
Oh, yeah.
Which nuclear explosions are pretty awesome. That's a whole different conversation. It is an amazing thing. It creates a plasma field and actually creates its own elements. So I may or may not have the Trinity glass. I may have like 2 grams of that stuff.
That's awesome.
But
fucking cool.
every explosion generates its own element. So trinitite or Trinity glass is only specific to the Trinity explosion. So any of the other explosions that they've done testing,
It's all very specific to
any of
each.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So each element that's created from that plasma field has its own name. So
That is really cool. And you got a little bit.
I do.
Fun.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Something that only exists in that
Yeah.
one moment in time, you know?
So knowing what I know, Roxy, there you go. There's a nice little tidbit of information. So there you go. Now
Dusty's killing me. That's so funny, too.
Okay, well,
Her name Roxy Gunn. Living in
so
Las Vegas.
Roxy Gunn, who lives in Las Vegas, the Nuclear Science Museum is there.
Conveniently located
Yeah.
in the area near Tupac outside.
Yeah. So
That's very funny.
So if you head
This
back
is
toward the
funny.
strip on that same road as the Nuclear Museum, there's a light pole across the street from the gas station. That's where Tupac got shot. Huge memorial there.
Oh, shit.
And
Didn't
where
even know.
all of that Suge Knight stuff, and he ran the dude down and all that stuff and backed over him with the car. That was the gas station. So
Oh, damn.
yeah, so it's all little fun little bits of information. But
Damn, California knows how to party, right? But
Yeah.
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas got it
Partying.
going on.
Las
Yeah.
Vegas knows how to party.
Send your info over, Roxy, to one of these guys, and I'll look you up. I go down to Vegas to do training stuff for Department of Energy and a couple other facilities down there pretty regularly. So I'm down in Vegas about once every other month. So.
Oh, man, you guys should totally go. You should fucking take them through that museum and tell them all this. That'd be
We'll
awesome.
come down and hang out with you.
You would love her and Chris, man. They're so fucking awesome. They're
So
fantastic.
you just have to put up with me and Holly because we travel together typically. So
Dude, that would be awesome. I think you guys would have a fucking blast.
yeah,
For
that's a good time.
fucking sure. And they play out on Fremont Street all the time. Maybe you're out there while they're
Oh yeah,
playing
we
on
hit
Fremont
Fremont
Street.
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, they play once a
Yeah.
week or once every couple of weeks or something.
The big zip line on Fremont Street, I almost fucking died on that thing. So
You did it?
literally, yeah. So
What do you mean literally? What happened?
yeah, so it slows down, right? And like right at the end, it slows you down pretty quick. Well, the dude at the top didn't harness me in quite the right way. And so I almost slid out of the taco thing.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I was like grabbing at shit. It was actually kind of scary.
I wonder
Okay,
if
so
people actually
I'll
died.
retract that next. That scared the shit out of me.
Okay,
Dustin.
all right. So
That
zip
actually-
lines over
that one
Fremont
scared
Street.
me. That one scared me. That was one of those. I'm gonna die.
Fuck. I wonder if anybody's actually has died from that. Or,
I don't know.
Like been maimed
Yeah,
horribly.
but it was super scary.
That is
Yeah,
fucking
and I had
scary.
witnesses, so it wasn't just me thinking that actually happened. It like
And
that
you're
actually
afraid of
happened.
heights
I
from
was like, oh
places
my
where you
God.
will actually be
Yeah.
severely injured.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
God.
not to mention the fact I was drunk as hell anyway. So like you compound that and the whole thing.
You
and
would
it
have
was-
just bounced then.
Oh
You're
man,
drunk.
it was,
You're
so, it was just it was like.
That fucking sucks, dude.
But I would ride that one again over the Rio. Oh my God, they put you in a chair, and you're like 400 feet in the air, and you zip line between the two buildings.
Excuse me?
Yeah, and it's a chair, like no shit. You have like a lap belt, and that's it, and it goes all the way down.
No.
And I'm like, screw this, all the way down, and it finally stops, and I'm like, oh, thank God this is over. No, that shit ain't over. It takes you backwards back up to where you start. Yeah.
No, why do people want to do that?
Yeah,
Dusty
no.
would do that. Dusty and Tavia would do that, and I'd be the one holding
I would
everybody's shit while
I
they
would
do it because I'm
any
not
of
doing
them.
it.
I love ziplining. I think it's a blast. It's a very cool way of experiencing some of the different stuff that's out there. But that Rio one, no.
I think one of the only times that I would truly consider ziplining is
Dusty, hold my purse.
yeah.
It's
No,
a satchel,
man.
man. It's a satchel.
No, I think the only time that I would even consider that is doing the jungle canopies.
Yeah,
Because you can
which
go
I
over
did
the
in
jungle
Roatan.
canopy. You did?
Yeah, which was super badass.
I
It was
think
like
that sounds
it
really
was like
cool.
2 miles of zip lining, and it was. So this is another reason to get into hazmat, folks. Like you get to do cool shit. So like I got invited to go do a cruise, and basically it was like hazmat training on a cruise ship.
Really?
Yeah.
Just cruising around learning shit?
Cruising around learning shit.
That sounds
And then we'd
awesome,
port,
dude.
and we like ported at Roatan, and they had it all lined up where we went zip lining on like a 2.1 mile zip line thing through the jungle.
2 miles.
Yeah, it was cool. And then we went to Costa Maya and went and saw all the shit. And then we went to Cozumel. And they took us on a booze cruise, which, yeah, like don't.
That
it was actually pretty cool.
dude.
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh
So,
my God.
Yeah, once you get in and
That
start
sounds like a
actually doing the stuff, like
time.
in order to maintain your certifications, like there's shit tons of classes, and you sign up or get asked to take these classes, and
And they're actually pretty fun, huh?
yeah, they're fun. It's a week
awesome.
away from everything, and it's fun.
So if anybody out there is looking for a new career,
And
party
need
on the
to-
hazmat
Need to
boat.
make a fun pamphlet. Reasons to get into hazmat. yeah.
Totally.
So, my crew, I've got a engineer that we call the licker, and a firefighter that we call the toucher, because every hazmat call that we ever go on, it is like literally all we can do to keep them from this desire of licking or touching anything. It's just like, stop, this shit is bad. Don't lick it, don't touch it.
Don't lick it.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But-
People are crazy. That's so funny.
Yeah.
This was so fucking fun.
Well, I appreciate
This
you letting
was
me
so
do it. This has been
awesome. Oh my God. I'm so glad you were down to do it.
Yeah.
And it's cool. Tavia and the boys are out having some snowy adventure. It doesn't look like it's snowing right now, but apparently it snowed quite a bit. So I hope that they're having a fun time.
Sounds good.
But this was fucking great. This was so fun. So we got to find out who is on so we can raid
Okay.
right now. Let's see. Who
So,
are we raiding today?
Am I okay to step away for a minute?
Sure. You
Awesome.
are more than welcome.
While you're finding some
yeah.
to raid.
You got it. Oh, you know what? Aaron Shay's on. Let's raid Aaron Shay. Aaron Shay. Yes, we could add hazmat babysitter to your list of jobs, dude. Yes, let's totally do. Let's do Aaron. That is fan-friggin-tastic. Oh, this was so fun. Good. I'm so glad that you guys all enjoyed it. That makes me so happy. Yeah, lady, it seemed like you were pumped. You're like, I'm here now. I was listening the whole time. Yeah, I was really excited to have him on because it's shit that, like, how often do you get to hear about all this stuff? Not nearly often enough. But I think it would be very fun to do an inspired by mystery themed adventure to Chernobyl. So if anybody wants to go, I think that we should go. I think we should do it. We'll have a pretty cool tour guide. Good. I'm so glad that you loved it, Rox. This was so great. It was so fun. I'm sad we lost Chid. I feel like he would have really enjoyed this in all of its entirety, but at least he popped in for a little bit. But yeah, I'm really stoked. I'm glad we got to look through so many of those photos too, because that was really awesome. Checking out all of those photos. But before we started, I was like, send me whatever photos that you got, and we'll pull them up, because just getting to be in a place like that where most people never get a chance to see. It was really cool. That pile of gas masks, that was super duper cool. I loved it. But cool. So yeah, let's raid Aaron. I think that's gonna be super fun. And actually, I'm sure everybody in here already knows Aaron Shea. I was gonna give you guys the lowdown, but everybody fucking knows, so no need. But thank you guys all for being here. Thank you so much. Oh, you're right. Joe would have loved this. I'll have to send him a link. I'll send him a message, and I'll send him a link to the YouTube once it gets put on the YouTube, so he can check it out. Because you're right. I think that he would have dug that too. That's pretty cool. Yeah, what an interesting fellow. And he made Tavia, so I give him two thumbs up. Fucking awesome. All right, let's raid this bitch up. Let's do it. Raid captains.
Raid who?
We're raiding this fantastic, lovely Australian.
Australian.
Aaron Shea. Aaron Shea and her husband Cy do music, and this is one of the most unique, like if a unicorn was a person, like a crazy unicorn, this is who Aaron Shea is. So it's gonna be fun. Cool. Oh, Roxy says thank you for your time and stories.
Yeah, of course.
That's awesome. Yeah, and this will be on YouTube, so once we have it on YouTube, you can share it with other people if you're interested in doing
cool.
so. And for all of you guys out there in TV land, check out the YouTube.
Yeah.
We got all of our archive shit on there, so it's fun. Oh, good job, Dusty, with the link. Bam.
Signing up for that bitch right now.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, there's some good ones on there
Subscribe.
for sure. Subscribe to my shit. Awesome. I know Joe totally would have loved it. Our friend Joe, he's like an archaeologist and like 80 million other fucking things, dude. And he would have totally loved this. I'm sad that he wasn't able to be here for this. But all right. Well, I'm glad everybody had a fantastic time. I had a fantastic time. And we'll see you guys soon. Next Monday,
Heck yeah.
we will be back with weird news. The holidays were all weird timing and shit like that, but we're going to be back on Monday. See you guys later. Oh, there we go. Yay.